Hello, everyone. This is Pepin NHL Talk. I'm Thomas Pepin, and let's talk about the NHL. So today's going to be an interesting one. The when does the deadline end? Or when is the deadline? I should say. I think it's 3 p.m. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 3 p.m. Eastern. And so, anyways, all I was gonna say is that means that I've got, well, because I'm probably gonna go an hour after the deadline, still talking. So I've got 5 hours of time that I'm gonna be talking, and I don't know if I've ever done anything where I've talked for 5 hours straight. So it's gonna be kind of fun to see if I could actually remain competent and functional for a full 5 hours. But I have a bunch of different topics to discuss, uh, and I guess you could say altogether the stream's going to be kind of a getting everybody up to date on the season. I know that a lot of people would have been following the league throughout the season. But this way, we're going to go over some of the main things. I'll give my comments. If there's anybody tuned in, they can leave their comments. Yeah, we're going to just cover a whole bunch of different things. I'm going to cover some other topics that I'm sure other people aren't going to cover. So I hope it's going to be interesting. I think it will be, but of course, you guys will have to be the judge of that. So, anyways, the other thing I just want to comment on before I get into some of the subject matter is essentially, so if you don't have TSN, ESPN, or any similar sports network, you can essentially rely on this because what I'll be doing is covering all the stuff that's coming in live, and this way you don't really need to have those, and you can just kind of stay tuned in to here, and I should have you up to date as if you were watching something else live. So, and then I'll be giving my content things that I find interesting, and because there's just so much filler on a lot of these channels, live coverage. So, anyways, yeah, so that's the whole plan. What I'm going to start with is just getting everybody up to speed on the trades that have happened up to now for today. And then after that, we'll go into essentially, I guess we'll cover all the trades since the beginning of the season. I'll share my thoughts and things like that. And yeah, then we'll move on to other subjects from there. So, and if you have a look at the description, that'll tell you some of the topics I have planned. I might add in more, and then if there's any comments that people leave, or well, suggestions, then I might talk about those. So we're just gonna kind of play it by ear and see if I can actually talk for 5 hours straight. So it's a test. We'll see. And yeah, let's get started here. So just bear with me. Whoops. I have some stuff pulled up here on my TV, so I just want to make sure that everything's set for me to cover everything at once and not miss anything. So just bear with me a sec. Do, do, do. Okay, that's good, and that's good. Cool. Okay, so we should be set for me to see everything and report as they come up. And last, oops, give me one sec here. And that's good. Actually, I don't need that. Okay, cool. So now let's get the visuals set up here for you. So what I'm going to have, you'll see it on the screen in a sec. I'm going to have the trades on the side and then the main screen. Well, trades on the side, me at the bottom, then in the main screen, whatever I'm talking about. So you'll see that in just a sec here. So we'll go to CapFriendly for the trades, and then we should be good to share. All right, so as I mentioned, to begin, we'll start with the trades that have happened so far today. So we've got Nick Bonino. So most recent one is Nick Bonino for a 7th and a 5th. That one's not reported yet on CapFriendly. We will pull up Bonino's situation. Oh yeah, they don't have him traded yet, so one sec. All right, so UFA at the end of his contract, 2.05 million cap hit, and somewhere around you could say about 15 goals, maybe a quarter to a third of a point per game. So decent. Well, I mean, goals are hard to come by. So considering that, it's pretty valuable. And a 7th and a 5th is not that expensive. So, and he did play, excuse me, with Pittsburgh before. So some familiarity, I'm assuming. So good to bring him along. Yeah, so it looks like he was there for their playoff. I think those were the years that Pittsburgh won the cup there, and he performed well in at least the first of the two. Second one, so. So I mean, familiarity probably with the core of the team probably will fit in pretty easily and very inexpensive what they gave up to get him. So, in my opinion, great trade, good value. Well, for Pittsburgh, San Jose, I don't think they got maybe enough, but it seems in a lot of these trades where teams are only having to give up like what I've seen, like a third round pick, fourth round pick to get some decent players. So, I mean, all things considered, it seems approximately market value for the trades right now, but I would say, generally speaking, it's probably inexpensive given what his impact is probably going to be with Pittsburgh. So, anyways, that's what I think about that one there. The other trade today was Dylan McLaughlin and a 7th round pick for Jacob Vrana. Vrana, I believe, was the one that was missing time and then played in the AHL to start. And he's done well in the AHL so far this year, 11 points in 17 games, 2 points in 5 with Detroit. He has 1 year remaining, will be an unrestricted free agent. 5.25 is pretty expensive given... I mean, his performance when he plays in the NHL, uh, is quite reasonable. I mean, more than half a point per game approximately as of late. And yeah, I believe he was out with was it player assistance program? Uh, Give me a sec here. Personal affair. Oh, that's what I just checked. Injury? No. Yeah. So he started this season in the player assistance program. So, um, yeah. So I mean, so if he plays, he looks great. Problem is if he plays, but it doesn't look like they gave up much to get him, and makes sense because his cap hit and how you can't be certain that he's going to play. Uh, and yeah, the guy Detroit got in return looks like an AHLer basically. Good performing AHLer, 42 points in 55 games last season. So, um, yeah, and then a seventh round pick. So it's kind of looks like a salary dump. 50% retained uh, by Detroit. So you can't expect to get too much back, and all things considered, it's probably not that bad of a return given the cost and all that. So, um, yeah. So I mean, I think probably a decent trade from both perspectives. I think St. Louis, if he plays, they get the better deal, but it's if he plays, and yeah. So, anyways, so those are the trades today so far. I'm just gonna refresh here. Yeah, and nothing else there. Give me one more sec. We want. Actually, no, I am on the right screen here. So, all right. So we'll go to the beginning of the season. What point do we want to start? Do I want to go back this far? Nah, we'll go since season start, so somewhere around here. Jason Dickinson in a second round pick go to Chicago for Riley Stillman. I believe he was retraded. Yeah, to be honest, I don't think I'll just go over the major trades. So that one's not really major. Costin, I believe, has come up and played some good time with the Oilers. Yeah, so 10 goals, 7 points, or 7 assists and 17 points in 40 games, which is pretty good for, I mean, what they gave up, which was, well, I don't know for sure. Let's see what he has here. Yeah, so he's been not so impactful. He's a defenseman, so decent performance for a defenseman in the AHL. But Costin's been much more valuable for Edmonton. Just wanted to comment on that one because I recognize the name and that he's been playing well. So let's see any other major ones here. Just want to have a quick look to see about Malgin. No, not of great significance. Wow, so it really brings us to just before the trade deadline. So I guess we'll start here. So Bo Horvat goes over to the Islanders in exchange for Beauvillier, Rotty, and a first round conditional pick. Um, so I've spoken to most of these previously in some shorts that I've posted on YouTube. And uh, yeah, so I mean, this is a bit repetitive if you've seen those before, but most people probably haven't. So I don't think it'll hurt for me to talk about each of these. So, um, yeah, so I mean, in my opinion, I really liked this trade for the Islanders, even if he wasn't re signed, which we know eventually he was. Um, because Islanders, they were doing great defensively, and the problem was uh, scoring, and so they bring in a goal scorer that's really hard to find. And well, what's his normal performance? I think it's like 30 goals, isn't it? Yeah, so around 30 goals a season. They bring in so far since he's been with them 5 goals, 3 assists, 8 points in 12 games. So I mean, that seems about normal for him. Cause so it looks like he's basically under a point per game, not far under, and where you're kind of getting more goals than uh, or approximately the same goals as assists. So so yeah, I mean, I think he's great value at his cap hit. Now he was re-signed, as I mentioned, 8.5 million. I think that's a reasonable contract given his goals that he produces, assuming he produces the same kind of goals. It expires when it's an 8-year contract. It expires when he's 35. So one would expect that he's going to produce similar to that up until the expiration of the contract. So they should get good value. And then, so technically, I would say it's at maybe slightly below market value at this point, given the goals that he produces. Um, but as the years go on, because of inflation, so to speak, he'll be below market value again, assuming he keeps producing at the same level. So, um, yeah. So, anyways, I think it's a great signing, good value, but of course, you never know how players pan out in the end. So, um, it remains to be seen. But I like the contract. So, coming back to the trade here, the trade was all right, I would say. Um, Good, maybe. Yeah, I'd say probably good, not outstanding, but good for the Islanders if it was just a rental. But given the signing or extension, whatever you want to call it, I think it's very, very good value for the Islanders. And especially because that contract is quite reasonable. So, anyways, I like the trade, and then I like it even more given that they extended him. So, uh, yeah, so there you go. And just out of interest, let's just pull up Beauvillier, how he's done, because I've seen him on highlights since he's gone. Yeah, so he's almost a point per game over in Vancouver right now. 11 points in 12 games, so good for him. He's probably getting better ice time. Where is he playing right now? Yeah, he's playing on the top line with Pedersen. I mean, obviously you're going to get a good opportunity to produce points playing up on that line. So, anyways, so good for him. I mean, technically he's performing better than Horvat. So if you want to argue about value, but I think in the long run, everything regresses to the mean, as they say. So I would say the Islanders won that trade, in my opinion, especially given the extension. Otherwise, next we go on to the Tarasenko trade. So Tarasenko goes over to the Rangers with Mikola. 50% of his salary retained by St. Louis. And then St. Louis gets Blais, Skinner, first and a fourth. And so as far as I'm concerned, I think it's reasonable value for a rental, depending on if he's going to be a rental. He's on his last year of his contract, will be a UFA if they don't re-sign him. Since going to the Rangers, 8 points in 11 games, so pretty similar to his normal performance. 4 goals in 11 games. Again, kind of right on track. So I would say fair trade. I would probably, I don't know. I was going to say probably prefer the Rangers side of things. But I think it's pretty even. A first round pick, I mean, it's going to be probably a late pick. It will be a late pick, especially because the conditions there. So, but first round picks are valuable. Blais they extended for a year, and I think he's a UFA after that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So, I mean, you get some value back, but... Oh, wait, give me a sec. I looked at, I think, the wrong year. There it is, yeah. In any case, yeah. So he's still going to be a UFA at the expiration of the contract. So, I don't know. To be honest, and is Mikola, what's his story? He's a UFA too. So, I mean, it's basically Tarasenko for a first, and then you didn't really know how the rest was going to pan out. And I don't know. Like I said, I think it's pretty even with market value for trades. So I like it kind of for both sides, to be honest. New York's going for it, as we know from all the rest of the trades that come up. In St. Louis, kind of rebuild slightly. So, yeah, I kind of like it, like I said, for both sides. Next, moving on to O'Reilly going over to Toronto in exchange for... so Goddard and Abramov are AHLers, not really all that significant in the trade, no offense to them. So it's basically first, second, third, fourth for Achari, O'Reilly, and I mean Pilar, I believe, is also not of great significance, you would say. So, I mean, to get, is it Akari or, no, I think it's Achari, right? Anyways, O'Reilly and Achari, assuming I'm pronouncing it right, for first, second, third, fourth. I think it's reasonable. O'Reilly expires at the end of the year. How has he done since he's been with Toronto? 5 points in 7 games. So, towards his norm, I think his value is really going to come out in the playoffs. So he's in career-wise, he's 56 points in 64 games in the playoffs, and that's quite quite good. So, and 22 goals in 64 games in the playoffs, that's really good. So, um, very valuable when it comes to the playoffs. If they're going to re-sign him, I mean, who knows? I believe growing up he was a Toronto fan, if I saw correctly. Um, so it's possible. Possible. And yeah, I guess we'll see. Um, but just as a rental, I mean, the value. Where did it go here? Um, yeah, first, second, third, fourth, and Achari's, he's nothing to forget about. I mean, so far he hasn't produced that much. 1 goal in 7 games, so not that great. But he has some production, like 10, maybe more goals a season. Uh, so considering what they gave up, and contrast it with Tarasenko. So Tarasenko for a first and a fourth, Mikola is kind of relevant, I guess, as well in terms of value. So maybe it's slightly more expensive for O'Reilly and Achari, sorry. Um, so I think it's market value. It's fine. You can't really complain. And with salary retention, to be able to get him, to get it down to that 1.875 cap hit, I mean, there's cost to that too. So I think it's a great trade for Toronto. Everybody else, St. Louis, I'd say they got a decent bit of value back. Fourth round pick for the retention of the salary. I don't know about for Minnesota. I guess it's fine. So pretty much across the board, it's fine for everybody. But it's something Toronto really needs, considering how competitive their division is and conference. So, anyways, so we'll move on. Zaitsev is a salary dump there. So I guess that brings us to Orlov going to Boston in exchange for Craig Smith, first, second, third, fifth. They also get Hathaway, so I mean, he's of some value. And I believe what I said before, I think it's slightly expensive for defensemen, all things considered. But, I mean, if they're going for it, sometimes you got to spend more. And they also got rid of the cap hit of Craig Smith. So, I mean, it depends on how you value all that. So it's reasonable. Again, kind of market value, it seems like. Orlov's done well since he's been with Boston. 3 goals, 5 assists, 8 points in 4 games. 2 points per game for a defenseman is quite, that's impressive. So, again, you never know how things all pan out, but like I said, kind of a reasonable a reasonable trade. I'm out of interest. Let's see how Craig Smith has done. No points in 3 games. So, I mean, and actually, let's just contrast Hathaway with that. 2 points in 4 games. So, I mean, really, Boston's on a roll. We all know that. But the performance they're getting, considering what they're trying to accomplish, going for a cup this year, I mean, I'd say perfectly reasonable. The other thing people, I don't know, I haven't seen anybody comment on this, but Boston's, their window is like very, very small, considering the age of their players. So let's just have a look at their roster here. Um, so Bergeron, don't know if he'll play another year. Krejci might not play another year. Um, Marchand, I mean, he's probably going to retire maybe at the end of his contract. Might still keep playing. I mean, because he hasn't really dipped in his performance, as far as I know. Yeah, I mean, still performing quite well. So, I mean, maybe he goes on to um, extend or play elsewhere. It's hard to say, but outside of that, I mean, there's not much of a core. You've got what's Fred? I'm not too familiar with Frederick. Yeah, so I mean, he can't really say that he's the core moving forward. Zaka, maybe he got extended there. Pasternak, obviously, but like that's like two players as a core. So I mean, they have up until Marchand retires, but they kind of got to fill in. I mean, they've got a lot of defensemen going forward: McAvoy, Lindholm, Carlo, Grizzlick, um, and their goaltending likewise. But their forwards, it's getting kind of slim there. So uh, it'll be interesting to see what they do. Uh, are they going for it this year in anticipation that they might struggle after they lose all their older guys? I don't know. It's hard to say. But they've got, brand recognition and reputation of high performance. So for them to be able to find people to fill those spots when people retire, it's hard to say. But so we'll kind of see. It's interesting to consider. I mean, they got rid of a lot of their draft picks. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with Boston. And the reason I'm talking about this is, getting rid of those picks. Again, considering that it's a defenseman, we know how it turned out. But defenseman for that cost, I don't know. If just pretending we didn't know how he was going to perform and his impact and all that. So, anyways, like I said, market value, maybe a bit of an overspend, I think, at the time. So reasonable, but it would have been tough if I was GM to give up that much. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's at least reasonable. Let's do a refresh here, see if anything else has come in. I haven't seen anything on screen. Yeah, no trades. So I'm glad, just on that note, when I started the stream here, because I looked at last year and nothing really happened till about now. So just realized I'm on battery on my laptop. Got to plug that in. Anyways, yeah. So I was right in the timing. A couple of trades did come in early, but I mean, they're not crazy significant trades like we'll see probably later. I know we've gone through what seems like all the major trades, but I bet you anything there's going to be some really significant ones coming up. We'll see, of course, but yeah. So next we'll talk about Niederreiter. Just give me 1 sec. I want to check something here. Yeah, so all good. Oops. Cool. Okay. So next we'll move on to Niederreiter. I think is a significant trade for Winnipeg. They're doing quite well. He's got 1 year remaining. 4 million cap it is pretty cheap. Yeah, he's about half a point per game, approximately, maybe a bit over that. 20 some odd goals a season. Um, Only played in 1 game so far with Winnipeg. I think it's visa issues and stuff because that's the thing about going from the States to Canada. I think vice versa. Dealing with permits to be able to uh, work for the franchise and stuff. You know, takes a few days. So, anyways, I think it's a great trade. I mean, and geez, they only gave up second round pick. I mean, for me, it's a because you've got a year left on the contract, low cap hit, decent performance. I mean, second round pick is perfectly reasonable. So I think it's great for Winnipeg. And since they played so well this year, to add in another player to their team, uh, and something they need too, because they've got what? How many good centermen? They've got Scheifele. Geez, I'm a Jets fan and I'm gapping on names. I don't want to pull this up. I want to remember it. Oh, jeez. I know him by face. Anyways, I'm just gonna pull it up because Dubois. Jeez. Um, Lowry. Like I mean, so really they're kind of set at center, and they need some wingers, scoring wingers to kind of round it out. Defense is, I think, great. Goaltending's especially great. So, I mean, it's what they need, and they deserve it because they played well. So, are they going to be competitive for a cup? It's hard to say. Uh, they're not going to be an easy team to get through, but are they like, do they put themselves in one of the, favorites, you could argue, from the West? I don't know. Maybe they're still a bit lacking. It's a similar core to what they went to the conference final with, but I mean, they missed the play. They missed the playoffs last year, and with basically the same team. So what happened? Was it coaching? Just not deep enough. It's hard to say. So, anyways, so given kind of they're one of those teams that I think, yeah, they could go reasonably far, but I don't think they're one of those teams that are going to that have a good chance at winning a cup. But anyways, this does help them a lot. I think it's a great trade for them, good value. So yeah, I think it's a great trade. I'll just talk briefly about the Dadonov Gurianov trade. So the way I saw it was Dallas gets a guy with a better ceiling, and probably needs a change of scenery. Gurianov likewise needs a change of scenery, but I don't think his ceiling's as high. So I like this trade for Dallas substantially more. Also retains salary with Montreal. I mean, for me, it's a no-brainer. I really like this trade for Dallas, and he could turn out being a very important part of their team going deep in the playoffs. And I would put them in the same boat as Winnipeg. I don't think they'll win a cup. I think they might go deep, but I don't see them as good enough to win a cup. I know it's basically the same core that got to the finals, but when they got to the finals, I didn't think they were good enough to win the cup anyways. So it wasn't surprising to me that they didn't win. So Anyways, competitive team, but and this helps them, but I still don't think they're good enough to win a cup. Um, this St. Louis Vegas trade, Zach Dean for Barbashev. I think it's great for both sides. Um, the Knights need a player coming in. I don't know if Stone's out for the season. I can't recall uh, if that was the expectation or if it's just for the regular season. And I won't bother looking it up. But having Barbashev come in is really good, useful for them. But I think they give up a lot in Zach Dean. He's a first round pick. I think really good potential. Played World Juniors. Uh, High performing in junior hockey. So, um, and one thing I always look at is their playoff performance in junior, because I think I haven't actually done any studies on this, but it seems like if they perform well in the playoffs and juniors, it's an indication that they'll actually transition well into the NHL. It seems like. Again, this is just anecdotal, but it feels like he's going to work out, and he's a centerman. So I really like this, to be honest, for St. Louis. If I was to choose of the two, I think Vegas, again, is one of those teams that might go deep. I think it really hinges on if Stone is in during the playoffs. If he comes in, they got a good shot, considering they also picked up Quick in terms of for goaltending depth, because they don't have Leonard into the playoffs because he's out for the year. So, I mean, if Stone comes back, I think they got a shot at a cup. If he doesn't, I think, again, they're kind of in the same boat. Dallas, Winnipeg, Vegas, I think they're all just not quite good enough to beat a team, whichever team it is, that comes out of the East. So, as a result of that, I prefer this trade for St. Louis. They have a lot of young guys coming up. So it's like they're doing a retooling. It seems like their core is relatively young, high performing. This just adds to their core, and they're kind of just taking a little step back in terms of years. They tried it with what they had. They got one cup out of their core. Now most of their core is gone. Tarasenko, O'Reilly, Barbashev. I can't recall if there's, excuse me, anybody else that they lost from, from their players. And I don't think Barbashev has any years left, right? Yeah, he's just a straight rental. So, anyways, so I like this trade more for St. Louis in the long run. But I think Vegas does fine, so it's quite reasonable for them to do that too. So, I think it's a great trade for both sides. So we've got the Timo Meier trade going to New Jersey, and I think all of the rest of the guys, Harrington got claimed, and I think the rest were all not overly impactful. Yeah, Harrington, sorry, my bad. I shouldn't have even bothered looking. So you got an East Coast Hockey League goalie, AHL maybe player, and East Coast Hockey League. So it's basically just much further down in their franchise. Maybe they expect that they can develop. Who knows? But it's basically just Meyer going to the Devils in exchange for Janssen, which I believe he was just thrown into the minors from poor performance. So he's done well in the minors. Last year wasn't so bad. So, I mean, really, it's not a big loss, I would say. Uh, but Zetterlund, I think, if I saw right, was good, and same with Makama Doolin, I think is how you'd pronounce it. Makama Doolin. I think both of those guys were good pickups. This guy, I think, was, not overly critical. Zetterlund, half a point per game. I think he's a good player. And Makama Doolin, 25 points in 67 games in the KHL as a defenseman is quite good, and he's a first-round pick. So both those two players could develop into good things for San Jose, plus a first and a second, seventh. I mean, who knows what you're going to get out of that. So two decent prospects, a first and a second for Meyer, basically, is the trade, I would say. Janssen, who knows what's going to happen with him. And I forget, does he have status at the end of his contract? No, he's a UFA. So, I mean, he's probably just going to be dropped afterwards. Of course, we'll see. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot to give up. And so my concern is with New Jersey. Yeah, they've done great this year. And yeah, maybe they could do really well. I just think, because sometimes teams just have everything go right in a year, and they'll do great in the regular season, and maybe could get around maybe 2 into the playoffs. But I just don't think they can do one of these complete 180s and go deep and be good enough to win a cup. I think it's all just, not chance, but kind of, because there's just a lot of changes that happen in the NHL. And to be honest, I think, I just don't think they're good enough to compete for a cup. I would have them below, as I spoke of with the Western Conference, like Dallas, Vegas, Winnipeg. As much as they're performing well in a tough Eastern Conference, I think it's one of those just regular season do great, playoffs just disappear. I could be proven wrong, we'll see. But that's what it feels like. So what I'm getting at here is for them to go for Meyer as a rental. If he gets extended, then maybe I would say, oh, he has RFA status. I thought he was a UFA. So my bad, actually. So it's not a bad trade. Because what I was going to get to is saying that I don't know if I like the trade. So I didn't know that he had RFA status at the end. So it's... I'd say it's a decent trade then. That's my mistake for not seeing that. Because I could have sworn he was going to be a UFA. Especially his age. I'm surprised. So, anyways, I just realized that a trade came in. We'll get to that after this here. Yeah, so I stand corrected. It's not, I thought it was a rental, but it's not. They have his control of him at the end of the year. So is it worth it? I personally would rather the first, second, and those two prospects. Because the two prospects look like they could be NHLers long term. Paired with the first and second and whatever they would turn into, I have a feeling, I don't know for certain, that the total value and impact on the franchise would be better, even with RFA status on Meyer. So I don't, again, it's really close, I would say, now that I realize that he has, that New Jersey gets control of him still. But mean, Meyer is high producing. Point per game, 30 goals. I don't know. It's just because Makama Doolin, if he comes over to the NHL, which he probably will, he's probably going to translate into, a quarter of a point per game defenseman, maybe more, because he's young still and he's doing that well in the KHL. Zetterlund could be a full-time, he's what, like half a point per game so far in the NHL. I don't know. It's a tough one. Given that they have control of him at the end of the contract, I'd say it's probably even because there's so much uncertainty with the other players, but it's close. I don't know. I would prefer the San Jose side myself because the first round pick is who knows what and could be very valuable, but could be nothing as well. Likewise for the second round pick. So it's really hard to say. But if I had to choose, I'd choose San Jose's side of the trade. New Jersey, though, assuming they keep him for any term, because of this year, they're probably developing into a decent franchise. Probably in the next couple of years, they'll continue to be competitive. As much as I don't think they're going to do that great this year, I think they're going to be a good franchise moving forward. So maybe as a part of their core, it's good. I don't know. It's really hard to say. So it's very even, but my gut tells me I'd prefer San Jose. This Tanner Janot trade, I'm not really going to talk much about it. Other than that, I think they gave up far too much. He had one decent season last season. What was it, 20 goals, half a point per game or something like that? Yeah, 24 goals, 41 points, 81 games. I mean, if he keeps producing that with Tampa, I mean, yeah, maybe he's worth it, but I just don't. It doesn't feel like he will. Maybe he will. I mean, it's a really deep franchise, so it's hard to say. Time will tell if it's worth it, but it feels like to me an overspend. Draft picks. I mean, I did a 3-part series recently talking about the value of draft picks, and essentially the conclusion I came to is that really this trade, second, third, fourth, fifth, typically don't amount to much. So really it's a first and Cal Foot for Janot, and still that feels like an overspend. But, it's hard to say. I don't like the trade myself. And I just realized I forgot to go and talk about the trade that came in here. So we have Curtis Lazar going over to New Jersey in exchange for a fourth. Let's see if they have it updated here. They do. Okay. So I can check his stats. Lazar, 5 points in 45 games with Vancouver. I mean, it's insignificant. Fourth round pick, I'd say, is probably expensive because his impact hasn't been that great. So, depth player, not a significant trade. Was supposed to be high value, first round pick, 17th overall, but never so far has amounted to anything in the NHL. So I'd say probably too expensive. Would have preferred maybe a 6th, 5th round pick, something like that for him. Do they have any status at the end? Oh, he's got term. Million. Why would you acquire? I don't know. I don't like it. He's a kind of trade. He's a kind of contract I would want to trade away, to be honest. So great for Vancouver. I don't know if I like it for New Jersey, but time will tell. Maybe he'll turn into what he was meant to turn into when he was drafted, but we'll see about that. Where were we here? So we've got the McCabe-Lafferty trade going to the Leafs. Anderson, Gogolev aren't of great significance. I believe Gogolev wasn't. Let me just double check. Yeah, East Coast Hockey League, maybe AHL player. For a first and a second, I'd say great for Toronto. They're really going for it this year. So first and a second, they got 2 fifths back. Since, from what I've seen, fifths 2 times 5 is more or less equal to a second. So they kind of break even there. So it's basically a first for McCabe and Lafferty. I'd say great value for them. And I think both have term, I saw. McCabe was it 2 years? Yeah, 2 years remaining. And Lafferty was 1. Yeah, so great for Toronto. And McCabe has that cap hit, I believe, moving forward as well. Let's see. Yeah, so really cheap, great value. I think hands down Toronto wins that trade. I think it's fantastic for them. Not only for this year, but moving forward, I think it's great. Really smart pickup, great value. So I like that. Johansson, cheap pickup, 3rd round pick going to Minnesota. I think that's good value for Minnesota to give them depth. Don't think Minnesota is going to be that competitive towards going for a cup this year, but it'll help them. So not bad. Oh, I just saw another trade came in for Lemieux, but we'll talk about that in a sec. Gustafsson and a first going to Toronto in exchange for Sandin. And I really had trouble thinking about this one for a bit. And then I realized, you know what? The first could be equal to or better than Sandin. And they have a good rental out of Gustafsson. So, because they're really going for it this year. And the first can more or less, at least in theory, replace Sandin. It could turn into nothing. It could turn out being better because a first round pick could be anything. It's a late first round pick because it's a Boston pick. So in all likelihood, it won't materialize into a player better than Sandin, but it could be equal. And they have a good rental out of Gustafsson. So I think they're getting the rental and replacing. So I think it's great value. I like the trade for Toronto, especially because they've been trading away picks and stuff. So to get a first back with the rental and a really good performing rental, offensively at least, I think it's a great trade for Toronto. So let's see this trade that just came in. So McEwen for Lemieux and a 5th. Is it up here yet? No. So I like Lemieux as a depth player. I don't think he's gotten enough opportunities with where he's played. ACEWEN. So McEwen, 26. RFA status at the end. Not that high of producing. Probably doesn't look like will be more than a depth player, but of course you never know. So a depth player for a depth player, UFA at the end. So it's more or less just replacing, but it's a player that I think fits Philly's, Philly style. I don't really like using those terms, but I like, he seems like a guy that I think Philly would really, really like, actually. Just the fan base. And like I said, I don't think he's gotten enough opportunities, and I think try somewhere new. Maybe he'll get some ice time. We'll see. Maybe we'll re-sign. Who knows? But so it's basically a fifth round pick. It's not really a rental because Philly's not going to the playoffs. So it's basically a fifth round pick for McEwen, and with the chance of maybe extending Lemieux. So personally, I'd prefer probably the Philly side, but really, it's it's more or less the same. So, perfectly reasonable trade. Where are we here? We want trades. Let's get back to the trades. Where were we here? Engvall, depth player for Islanders. Shen, depth player. So this Oilers trade, I was really torn on it. Ekholm versus Barrie. The Oilers have been lacking defensively, and so they're getting that. And Ekholm is competent offensively as well, but they gave up a lot. So Barrie, I think he has a year remaining on his contract. Yeah. He's really high performing offensively. So, and Schaefer's a good prospect. First, that's a lot of value to give up. But they get Ekholm with years on his contract. $6 million's perfectly good value. 3 years remaining. It could turn out being the difference for the Oilers to be able to win a cup versus just go deep. So, because at some point you have to have some defense. You can't just outscore the competition, and especially in the playoffs, it feels like. So it's what they tried to do with what was it, Larson? Adam Larson? Is that his name? One sec here. He was injured for a lot. Well, he came back into the NHL and he's been playing, so good for him. But anyways, that's what he was supposed to be when they picked him up. Didn't really work out in Edmonton. Ekholm might be that guy. It might make it work, and it might turn out great for them. I think it's one of those wait and see. So if Edmonton doesn't win a cup in the next 3 years, when they have, 4 years, I guess, including this year, while they have Ekholm, I'd say it's a bad trade in the end. But they really got a shot. It's a heck of a offensive team. They need that defense, and that's it really does do it. So I don't know. It's really hard to say. Asset for asset wise, I think Nashville wins. Impact on competitiveness, it could be Edmonton in the end, but we'll have to see, I guess. So, yeah, and then that first round pick, again, remember, if Edmonton goes far, it's not going to be that valuable. So, and Barrie, only 1 year remaining. Don't know what's going to happen with him. So it's kind of almost like it's like Ekholm for Schaefer. And then whatever prospects come out of the picks. So you could argue that the Oilers do very well. Again, I'm going to wait and see before I have a judgment on that one. Nyquist for a fifth, that's super cheap. I really like that for Minnesota. So they have a couple decent performing depth players to, again, at least be competitive in the playoffs. But I don't think I don't think they're one of those teams that can win a cup this year. So to be honest, I don't think they'll be a team for a cup. I don't like their franchise in terms of their roster. That's my opinion. A lot of people like Minnesota, but I'm not big on Minnesota. So, anyways, yeah, so good pickup, but I don't think it's gonna really change anything for them. So something here, this Kane trade, super inexpensive. There's not really much to talk about. I mean, it's a second, third, fourth for Kane basically, and so when you think about that, oh yeah, super cheap. But one thing that I don't think other people have talked about, or at least from what I've seen, is that the reason Chicago couldn't get all that much is their hands are tied, and the reason is because Kane probably didn't really want to go to anywhere except for maybe Rangers, maybe there's a couple other teams, maybe, but it might only have been the Rangers. So when you have no trading partners, you're extremely limited in what you can get back. So if you're a Chicago fan and you feel like they didn't get much back, blame Kane. As much as you got your cups while they were there, he should have, if he was really doing something for the franchise and the fan base, he should have been willing to go anywhere. And I feel like what happened here is that he tied their hands, didn't give them enough options, which is in his right because he had those terms in his contract. But because I think he limited their trading partners, they couldn't get much back. So I think that's what happened there. That's what it feels like. But, I mean, I'm just an outsider. I have no idea. I'm just giving my best guess at what happened there. So if you're a Chicago fan, like I said, blame Kane for the value you got back because I think that's what happened. But it's hard to say. And you got cups from that team. So can you really complain? Does he really owe it to the franchise? I don't know. So, yeah, just think about, kind of consider those things when you look at that trade. So, the other trade here that was a head scratcher for me, Gavrikov and Korpisalo going to LA for a first, a third, and Quick. And so if I was LA, I would have preferred having Quick in the playoffs over Korpisalo. For veteran experience, I think Quick has done well in the playoffs, and I don't think he's done poorly in the playoffs. Yeah, he's had one bad playoffs, basically, two, if you go really far back in his history. So he's really been good in the playoffs. Why would you get rid of him for Korpisalo? I would much rather the stability from Quick. So to get rid of Quick, to get Korpisalo, they lose in that part of the trade. To get Gavrikov is smart, perfectly fine. For a first and a third, maybe a slight overspend, but because I don't think Gavrikov has any term or anything left, right? And he's UFA. So, I mean, you're just getting a rental defenseman. For a first and a third, it's reasonable market value probably, but I wouldn't want to spend that. I don't know. Anyways, it's a coin toss. It's reasonable. But they get rid of Quick, so then it's like, it kind of like hurts the trade. So I just don't like it for either one. And then Quick gets repurposed in another trade, and they didn't get much back. So I just, I mean, Columbus gets a first and a third, and whatever else they got for Quick, and then they didn't get much for Quick. So I think Columbus does really poorly, and LA, I don't think they made the right decision, and I don't think the team's good enough to go for a cup. So I just don't like any of it. I don't like that. And I know I've spoken of this before, but I don't know. Lars Eller for a second. think it's a bit of an overspend, but he's a good depth player. Colorado, I mean, he'll probably be useful to them. And I think, in my opinion, so the only teams I like out of the West are Colorado and who else? Edmonton. My bad. So the only teams I like are Colorado and Edmonton. And so to add him as a depth player for a second round pick, yeah, it's perfect. Like, good for them. Washington, I think they get good value back, so it's fine. Washington, though, I mean, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, it looks like, anymore. They're really in a tough spot. So, but we'll see. Um, Detroit, first and a second for Hronek and a fourth. I don't like this trade for Detroit. It's like I said, Hronek's like half a point per game defenseman, really good. RFA status at the end, reasonable cap hit given his production, 1 year remaining. I don't think they get enough back. It's an Islander pick, which is probably, I mean, depends on how deep they go. Depends on your opinion of them. I like the Islanders. A lot of people don't. So could be great value back. Could be a good pick. Second round pick as well. Yzerman must have a plan. I just don't agree with it, is the honest truth. So I would much rather what Vancouver got. You don't know what that first round pick and the second round pick are going to turn into, but I like the certainty with Hronek, control with his status at the end of the contract. Cap hit's great for his performance. I like Vancouver's side, so yeah. Arizona only gets a third round pick for Goss this year. Maybe it's because of the cap hit and it's hard to trade. Really like that for Carolina. I think that's going to help them. They got a good shot at a cup. They're not one of my favorites, but I'm sure they will be for most other people. So if you have a high opinion of Carolina, I think it's great for them. But, remains to be seen in my opinion. Chychrun for first, second, and a second. I think it's good for Ottawa long run. He's got 2 years remaining. Good cap hit. Good player. Ottawa wants, it appears as though Ottawa wants to be a competitive team in the long run. So, and I think they're coming into being a competitive team. Probably won't make the playoffs this year, but I think they'll be really competitive for a playoff spot next year. Depending on what they do, I think they need to kind of have certainty in net. I like Talbot there, but I think he expires at the end of the year. Does he expire? He does. So they need goaltending in order to be competitive. So if they can really make sure that it is next year, I think they're probably going to be close to a playoff team or maybe a definite playoff team because of development of their team. So I don't think it's bad. You have certainty out of a defenseman. They need a defenseman to be a competitive team given their roster composition right now. So to give up a first and 2 seconds, I'm okay with that for Ottawa. I think it's smart. It's not a rental. They're trying to put together a good team and round out their roster. So I like it. And I also like it for Arizona. I think a first 2 seconds for Chychrun is probably good. So they get some good value back. Maybe could have gotten more. Maybe. They don't have anything in terms of a competitive roster. So Sucks to be them. Man, Arizona's in trouble for a long time. But, you know, you gotta start somewhere, and they have enough picks to keep, trying to build something. So I think it's fine for both sides. I like what Ottawa's doing. I think they're very smart in doing that trade. Um, I really like this trade for Pittsburgh. Granlund going over a second round pick. 5 million is perfectly reasonable given his performance. Oops, clicked on the wrong thing. He has 2 years remaining. Good cap hit. A bit over half a point per game. 15 goals a season, around that. Probably will actually increase when you put him with Pittsburgh. Those players. I think it's a very smart pickup. Very good value in the trade. I really like it for Pittsburgh. I don't think Nashville got enough back, but it might have been difficult to trade a $5 million cap hit. So it's hard to say. Um, but, I mean, just value for value. I really like it for Pittsburgh. Don't like it for the Predators there. So, yeah, so I like that for Pittsburgh. And I think with Bonino and Granlund coming in for Pittsburgh, I think that's enough to push them into a playoff spot uh, in that last really competitive spot there. But, we'll see. This Bertuzzi one, I didn't like it initially, but I didn't know about the Taylor Hall injury. I don't know how long term that's going to be. And even if it isn't overly long term, it's not necessarily bad because then they're super deep. It's like another Tampa thing where they have Kucherov come back from injury, and then it's just a ridiculously deep roster. So in the end, I thought I didn't like it because his performance isn't that great. But you add him into a good team. He's one. Same thing with Granlund. Might actually really improve his performance. Um, First round pick is a late pick. I think Detroit gets good value back in return. I think it's fine what they did because he's UFA at the end of the year. It's a straight rental. So I think Detroit does great with what they picked up. If they're trying to get that last playoff spot, might be a bad move. But I don't think I don't think they're going to be adding before the deadline here, which is coming up pretty soon, actually. Anyways, so I think Detroit's kind of saying we're just going to try with what we have, and then if it doesn't work, too bad. Sorry, guys. And so Boston, because of the injury, I think it's not that bad in the end. And just upon further thought, it's all right as a rental of the cost. So, especially factoring in the injury, which I don't know about the how long it's going to be. This Voracek trade, I know it's a salary dump. It looks like, but he might play. I know he has concussion problems. If he does play, I think he's a great player, but it's just really who knows what's going to happen with him. So, but in Arizona is not going to be competitive no matter what. So it doesn't really matter. But a good player, serviceable player if he does play. But so in terms of value for value, I think Arizona does great if he plays, but it's Arizona. This quick trade, again, 7th round pick. Hutchinson is really a depth goalie. Vegas really needs that because of injury with their goaltenders and kind of uncertainty with performance. Bressois, I like him. Thompson made the All-Star team, so he's played well this year. If it was Leonard and Thompson, they didn't need Quick. If it's Thompson and Brossoit, I think it's smart to have Quick. So I like this move. Yeah, and Thompson's on IR. And they have Aiden Hill. I forgot. I didn't know about him. How is Hill done? Because he's a relatively consistent backup. So they really have like super depth in Vegas. Don't know enough about the Thompson injury, but no matter what, having 3 goalies, I like the idea. I've already explained that in a different stream. I recommend it to any team to have 3 goalies deep, and so I like this. Very smart for Vegas. And I'm pretty sure Quick's not going to be upset by this because he was upset leaving LA, and to go to Vegas, I think he's going to be perfectly comfortable there. So I really like that for Vegas. Columbus got nothing, so I think it's dumb for Columbus. I think Columbus has done so poorly, their GM, as of late. I mean, picking up Goudreau was fine. Line fine. I just don't think that team's... I don't think it's well managed. But anyways. Bugstad going over to Edmonton. Depth player, not of great significance. Might be helpful. Give you a few extra goals. They kind of need it to have some depth up front because it's very condensed in Draisaitl and McDavid. So smart for them. I don't know enough about Deneen. Is he defense? Pretty good in the AHL. Young player, RFA status at the end. So smart depth defenseman. I like it. Those 2 players for a third, and Bugstad had nothing at UFA, so he's just a rental. Or in theory, a rental. Third and Kesselring. Similar sort of defenseman, I guess. So I don't dislike it. I think it's good for Edmonton. Smart move. Nearly done here. I like Chicago getting Khudobin, but Chicago's not really going to amount to much. I like him as a goalie, and then they kind of need depth there for goaltending right now. Second round pick basically for Domi. Wells, I don't know enough about. Could turn out being a goalie. Depth goalie for Dallas, not a bad idea. And he probably doesn't get claimed on waivers if he goes up. So, yeah, waivers exempt. So, smart depth goalie. I think it's not a bad idea for them. And Max Domi, I think, is a very good pickup. So, Max Domi for second and a depth goalie with control at the end of the contract. Very smart move for Dallas. I think Chicago loses that trade. Domi expires, though, at the end of the year, I believe. Yeah. So I like it. I really like it for Dallas. Smart rental. Great trade. So that brings us up to date for all the trades of the year. Took me longer than expected. But that's all right. So we'll move on to the next topic. Just give me one sec here. Have a brief look. See if there's anything else. So I can talk for an hour and a half straight. Not bad. It's a start. All right. What is next? I think we'll maybe touch on some injuries. Maybe I'll go through it quickly, I think, in the end, because of how long that. I don't know. We'll see. Give me a sec here. Oh, signings. I forgot. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you know what? We'll go through some signings here. Um, so, one sec to get to that. All right, so we want standard contracts. We want minimum of, let's do $4 million. Yeah, then there won't be too many to talk about here. So that looks about right. Okay, so that's what we'll do next. Let's talk about some of these signings here. So we'll go from oldest to newest. So we've got Barzell, 8 years at 9.15 per. It's market value, but I don't think he produces enough goals to justify that high of a salary. Personally, I would be aiming for similar to the Horvat contract, 8 something, mid eights. I think is a fair. There's another trade that just came in. We'll have a look at that in a sec. So mid eights is what I would have preferred for Barzal. Again, this is market value, perfectly fine, perfectly reasonable. You need to sign him up. Expires when he's 33, so you're getting a lot of his best years. So it's fine, perfectly fine. The cap's limit's going up. So, I mean, it should be fine. I just wish it was a bit less expensive. Lamoriello's done very, very good with controlling salaries and being able to put together a deep roster, in my opinion. I really like the Islanders, but I think he's slightly overspent on this one. So, again, perfectly reasonable, definitely worth it, but especially because he's done so well managing his spending, I think he overspent here. But if you're going to do it with anyone, Barzal makes sense, so I'm okay with it. Robertson, 7.75 per 4 years. For me, this is a brilliant contract. Flexibility in that it's only 4 years. He's been consistently the past couple years 30 plus goals. Looks like he might be a 40 goal scorer, and at that cap hit, it is outstanding. So this is the first one where they've got a good cap hit compared to what they had with Ben and Sege. But they made those contracts given their performance to date at the time of the contracts. They weren't bad contracts at the time of their signings. They just turned into it because they didn't perform up to expectation. So can't really blame them, but in this case they did outstanding. Brilliant contract. Could have done longer term, maybe, but I like, as I discussed in my GM series, I like these contracts where they're 3 to 5 years for their top, for any player, to be honest, but 3 to 5 years, especially for the higher end players, because you can give a bit of extra term. So I really like this contract. I think is outstanding. Probably one of the best contracts out there. Assuming he produces at the same level, but I don't see why he wouldn't. So outstanding job there. So we'll just pause briefly. So Winnipeg Jets pick up Nemesnikov in exchange for a fourth. At a lower cap hit because there was retained salary. Nemesnikov. So 1.25 expires at the end of this year. Depth forward, maybe 10 to 15 goals a season kind of thing. They need a bit of depth in terms of with offensive production. A fourth round pick, great value versus what they could have gotten compared to like the Granlund trade, the Nyquist trade. I would have preferred them over this, but this is what is available at this time. Fourth round pick is reasonable. I like it for Winnipeg. Smart pickup. So good job for them. All right, so we've got Uyghur, 6.25 per 8 years. It is. I don't like these long-term contracts anymore. I previously thought they were good, but now that I've seen how inconsistent players are in staying at their level of performance, I don't know if I like them. 6.25 is a reasonable cap hit, so for a defenseman, it allows you to round out your roster. If this is your top defenseman or one of your top two, perfectly reasonable. Performance for that cap hit is perfectly reasonable. It's a reasonable contract. I would want less term for that cap hit, but it's fine. Right-handed shot, which is rare, so the value goes up there. So I think it's a fine contract. Just don't like the term, but you do what you do. So Matthias Samuelsson, 4.286 approximately per 7 years. That's an extension. Not enough of a track record to justify that. I don't know enough about him as a player. If he's extremely good defensively, maybe I could justify it. But there's no track record. I don't like it. Second round pick. I don't see it. Could be great. I just don't know enough about the guy to really completely give a fair assessment of it, but it seems expensive with no track record really. So we'll see. Sanheim, 6.25, 8 years. Gonna put him to 35 years old. So right through his prime years. Great defenseman. Third of a point per game. Great pedigree, I know that. This is what it's the same sort of thing. I don't know, Uyghur compared to Sanheim. It's hard to say. I like this. Still don't really like term, but the dollar figure's fine. So if you're going to do it with anybody, he's the guy to do it. So can't really complain. No problems there. Rope Hintz, 8.45 per 8 years. Puts him to 34 years old. Had a good year last year and is playing well this year. RFA status, so they didn't necessarily need to extend that long. So here, is he worth it? If he keeps that performance, yes. If he doesn't, Uh, 8.45. It's probably market value. So for a point per game kind of player. So it really depends on how he pans out. I just don't like these long-term contracts anymore, like I said. If you're going to do it with anybody, it kind of makes sense with him. I don't dislike it. I would have tried to get less and less term. So not ideal for what I would want and what I would try to do, but perfectly fine. Trevor Moore, 5 years, 4.2, puts him to 33. Half a point per game at 4.2. It's not bad. Yeah, it's market value, I'd say. So it's perfectly fine. Won't really complain about it. 5 years is on the long side for a half a point per game player, but again, not unreasonable. So fine. Would I want him at that dollar figure on my team? Probably not, though. So that's just my opinion. Artem Zub, 4.6, 4 years. We'll put him to 31 years old. Oh, why is that not? Here we go. So, quarter of a point per game would have been a UFA. Did well in the KHL, so that gives you a bit of a track record. I don't know. I didn't like this one when it was signed. 4 years is a bit long because he doesn't have enough of a track record. If it was 3 years at that amount, fine. 4 years, maybe a bit long. Again, it's reasonable, market value, perfectly fine. Okay with the contract, just not what I would have done. Zaka, 4.75, 4 years, puts him to 30, sorry. 3/4 of a point per game probably is what his target is going to be. Maybe half a point per game. 4 years is reasonable given his age. And given his performance, I think that's perfect. Perfect term, perfect dollar figure for him. I like it. Great contract. Well done in my opinion. Boldy, 7 years. He's going to be 29. 7 years at $7 million. So only has 1 year of track record, plus a bit of this year when it was signed. Was a first round pick, so good pedigree and stuff. Did well in World Juniors. I don't know. Too much too soon in my opinion. Could turn out being outstanding value. I don't like the risk of it. But if you're going to do it with anybody, it makes sense to do it with him. So just not what I would do. I would have done 3 to 5 years, $7 million. Seems about right. So just don't like the term. But again, perfectly reasonable market value. Just not what I would have done. Kuzmenko, 5.5, 2 years. Puts him to 29. Only 1 year of track record, but KHL background as well. So just factor that in. Very well performing player in the KHL. So I can consider that enough. And really good this year so far. 28 goals in 60 games, 54 points. Very good performance. Only 2 years. I would have maybe tried to go for 3 to 5. He's the kind of guy I would do it with. And cap hit is outstanding. So great as it is, kind of guy I would have done term with though. So whatever, perfectly fine, great job. Strome, it was 5 years, 5 million per, puts him to 31. 3/4 of a point per game, approximately 20-ish goals. 5 years, 5 million. I think it's great value with the track record. I just don't know if I would choose him to, I don't know. It's fine. It's just not the person I would target. I don't know if I'd want him on my team. He's great. There's nothing wrong with him. It's just I have a certain way I would like to put together my roster, and he's not a guy I would target. But perfect contract, perfect value, probably an underspend actually. It's just, I don't know if I would, like I said, I wouldn't choose him myself. So take from that what you want. Already spoke about the Bo Horvat extension. Dylan Cousins, 7.1 per for 7 years, puts him to 29. This year, about a point per game, looking like 30 some odd goals. From one mediocre year and a portion of one good year. Not enough of a track record to sign for 7 years, in my opinion. But if you're going to do it with anybody, first round pick, 7th overall, good in the World Juniors, good pedigree, makes sense. I just would have done a bridge and then maybe consider this. One more year I'd want to see out of him before I do long term. But if you're going to do it with anybody, he's the type of player. Value's fine if he turns out being what he could be. Could turn out being outstanding value. But, it's one of those remains to be seen kind of thing. Michael Anderson, 4.125, 8 years. Puts him to 32. Not enough of a track record to justify that. Not enough pedigree to justify it. Still not expensive, but way too long. It's one of those contracts that might be extremely difficult to move. I don't know enough about the player. If he's really strong defensively, then I could say it's fine, but I just don't trust that it's good, in particular because of the term. So I don't like it. But again, maybe I don't know the player well enough to make that judgment. So Nick Jensen, 4.05 per 3 years, puts him to 35. Quarter of a point per game looks like. 3 years, 4 million. It's a fine contract. I think that's reasonable, given his track record, given his performance, duration, and cap hit. Everything's fine there. Perfectly comfortable with that. Larkin, I spoke about yesterday, on the slightly high end for what I would want. If you're going to do 8 years, again, like I've said, don't really like the 8-year contracts anymore. Would have preferred 5 at that. Is fine. Maybe would have wanted it slightly lower. 8.25. I mean, we're really splitting hairs here. if you're going to do it with anybody, it's going to be him. And I mean, with his track record, probably a 30 goal scorer every year, point per game. If you're going to do it with anybody, it's him. If I did it 5 years at 8.7, I'd be fine. 8 years, ugh, don't like it, but it's fine. Inexpensive, probably to market value. So great signing for Yzerman, all things considered. Puts him to 34, so good timing as well. So great. Just would have liked to shave off a little bit on the contract, but whatever, it's fine. I'd be happy to have that contract on the books. Pasternak. See, this is where a lot of people are probably going to disagree with me here. Pasternak, he's worth it. Market value, yes, he's worth it. If you're going to do 8 years with anybody, it's him. 40 goals plus a year, towards 50. I get it. It's like I said in the short that I did about this. For the only way I would do it is if it's McDavid, Draisaitl, or Matthews, because he has a higher ceiling. He can get 60 goals in a year. Pasternak, he's got a great team with him. If you chop off a lot of the team that he's got, I'm not confident that he can produce any more than he's already produced. So if this is his ceiling, then again, this is market value, but I'd want him at a high 9, maybe 9.5 would be a good cap hit. Compare it to the Horvat signing. So Horvat is 8.5, and Horvat gets 30 some odd goals a year. So it's a difference of 10, 15, maybe 20 goals on the high end, but I think it's because of who he plays with that he can get up to the 50 goal mark. For that reason, I mean, he's worth more than Horvat. I think Horvat's maybe slightly expensive. I would want Horvat at maybe 8 million, just under 8 preferably. That's what I would be targeting. His contract is like the maximum I would do for him. And then 9 is what I'd be targeting for Pasternak. 9.5 maybe would be the high end. And it's not because he's not worth this amount. He is on the market, but he's getting market value. And to have a really competitive team, you need to have below market value. So it's fine. In the end, it's probably going to be reasonable towards the end of his contract. But you really have to get everybody to be on the same page and go for lower than market value to really put together a good team. That's my opinion. So for that reason, I don't like it. But it's perfectly fine. Like I said, market value reasonable. So that brings us up to date on signings. I've been running live for almost 2 hours now. I think I'm going to take a brief break and get a drink, go to the bathroom, and so on. So I'll take a 5-minute break here. Just give me a moment to get this set up, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Just one sec to make sure we're all set here. Good, and then one more sec. All right, be back in 5. All right, back from break. Just give me one sec to get reorganized here. Oh, I see the comment there. Just give me one sec. Like I said, I'm just getting back from a 5 minute break. Bear with me here. All right, so we should be back. Let me just make sure everything looks good. Cool. Okay. One more sec. I just want to check one thing. Okay, so the person here, their name is Hi. So hi. I don't do NHL 23 content at the moment. I do. I'm thinking about doing it soon. So, for one, I don't have the system, and second thing, I'm more focused on actual NHL stuff right now. It's something maybe in the off season I'm thinking about getting into because then it'll give me something to do because it's not as busy during the off season with NHL content. Um, so in the off season, it's something I'm debating over, but I'll have to buy a system, buy the game. Uh, so we'll see. I appreciate the idea, and obviously it's something I was thinking about. To be honest, I want to do it, um, but yeah, it's not a priority right now. Uh, yeah, well, so I'd like to interview NHL players and coaches, but I have no connections with anybody right now. Uh, so first I got to build up a viewer base um, before I can actually be able to get that. It's a chicken or egg thing. So I appreciate obviously the idea, but you need to have connections before you can start to do interviews of coaches and GMs and players and stuff. Uh, yeah, so that's like you're saying there. I'm thinking about uh, waiting for waiting for 24. So that's kind of something I'm thinking about. So I appreciate the input. Yeah, it's all stuff I've already thought about, already potentially planning for. One of the things I really need, and I'm hoping for is if I can get to where I qualify for, I forget what you call it, the YouTube partner program or whatever, where I can start making money off of this. And if I can make money off of this, then I can justify spending stuff on like a video game system, which I mean, I like games, but I just don't play anymore really. But if I make money off of this, then I can justify investing into that to be able to do that. So I don't know. Again, it's like chicken or the egg thing where sometimes you got to build something before you buy things, or I could buy things and then that can help me build. It's a tough call. So, like I said, I mean I appreciate the input and it's stuff I'm considering. It's just a work in progress. What was the other things you said here? So yeah, I agree about waiting potentially for the next game. What I was saying is from the NHL app, post some interesting interviews. Oh, So you mean about other content? So the issue is about copyright claims. I thought about that as well. So about doing highlights. I wanted to do game highlights and interviews and stuff like that would also be good, but the issue is copyright, and so I could have claims on my channel, which could prevent me from producing my own content. So again, stuff I've thought of. I would like to, and I know I could get away with it for a while. It's just that in the long run of the channel, it's not realistic as being possible. So, anyways, so again, appreciate the ideas. It's yeah, again, stuff I've thought of, just can't quite do everything. Uh, what I would like, which would be really nice, is if I had some sort of partnership with somebody that owns rights to some of that content, and then I could actually reuse it and repurpose it because I would have rights to it. So if I can get picked up by some company as another form of their content, so like similar to what's the guy's name? Grav something or other. Give me a sec here and I can tell you, because he's with Sportsnet. So again, as you can tell, I thought about all this stuff like um, Graviteh, Graviteh. So he's partnered with Sportsnet, I believe. And there's a couple other guys that are partnered with different major news outlets, sports content producers, and stuff like that. Not currently on a site. That's actually a work in progress. I just signed a contract with somebody to produce content, and I'm waiting for their website to get published, so don't have that yet. I do have another content NHL content producer I work with, but we don't have an agreement where they share my stuff, I share their stuff, so won't get into that either. But I am working with somebody right now. It's just that we don't have the agreement where this thing works with them and vice versa. So you asked about my favorite team is the Winnipeg Jets. I don't have the hat on right now, but I have a few hats, clothing. I'm a Jets fan. I don't watch them as much as I used to. I'm more interested in the league broadly now. So, yeah. What's your favorite team? I'm assuming you're a hockey fan, obviously, since you're interacting and stuff. Let me know your favorite team. And if you, since you're here and you're talking about things with me, if there's anything you wanted me to talk about before I move on to the next subject, because I'm right in between subjects right now. So if you have anything you wanted me to talk about, don't be shy to ask. Otherwise, I just need to sort out a couple things. So if you want to answer about your favorite team, and I'm going to sort out a couple other things here. So just bear with me. Let's put that there. This like that. Team, and I'm gonna. Okay, that's good. That's good, and that's good. Okay. So, just in case you're typing and stuff, I'm going to talk about the trade. I think it's only the one that came in now. So, we have Nate Schnarr for Frederick Allard. It looks like a depth trade here. And just give me one sec to see their information. Schnarr is an AHL player, not majorly impactful. And same thing for Allard, so not really much to comment on that trade there. So just some depth players. All right, so you follow players you've met like Caulfield, Zegras, Makar, Fleury, Knight, Demko, Thompson. Cool. So you're more of you're a Habs fan, but I guess you're more of a player fan. So when I was a kid, actually, I was a Wayne Gretzky fan, and so I followed whatever team he was on. So I never really had a favorite team. Um, my dad's favorite player was Patrick Waugh, so I used to follow the Habs as well. But yeah, I never really had a favorite team growing up. It was always just Gretzky. I always followed. Um, I've met a number of like AHL players when I was young. Um, so yeah, but I that never made me follow any teams or anything. So, anyways, yeah, we'll move on to another topic here. Just give me a sec to get set. So I think next what I'll talk about is some of the sports betting odds. So just give me a sec. Which source am I going to use? I like William Hill. It's I think they're a UK company technically. Just give me one sec here. Where are they registered? Gibraltar, was it? Or is it in Great Britain? Yeah, it's in. Oh, it is also registered in Great Britain. But, anyways, so we will move over to the sports betting odds in particular. So, what I'm interested in, the kind of sports betting I do is futures betting. So, I bet on Stanley Cup winner. Um, and so, what I thought would be interesting to have a look at the odds, and I can give my thoughts on some of the my favorite or some odds that I think are quite reasonable at the moment, and maybe some stuff for you guys to consider if you're into sports betting. So, also, I'll just pull up the standings. All right. So, currently, there's some. A lot of the favorites have painfully poor odds right now, and you really don't want to do any betting on them. So, for example, as much as Boston could win a cup at 5-1 odds. And I should say I'm using decimal odds. That's the one that I prefer because it's really simple to think about. You just multiply the odd that they're going to pay out by whatever your bet is, and then you know what your return would be. So, anyways, so Boston Bruins 5-1. I mean, it's not good odds. I really do not recommend putting money on it at those odds. Realistically, what you want to do is do a lot of your betting, most of your betting before the season, or these are recommendations I'll make. I've made money every year doing futures betting on hockey for the past, I think, like 3-4 years, and I started 3-4 years ago. So the way that I get the best odds is by betting at the start of the year before anything comes up, and then for anybody where the odds are no good, I just wait throughout the year to eventually have better odds, and then I eventually bet on them. So, anyways, just a strategy to consider. But at this point, 5-1, I try to always have odds of um, at worst 8-1, and I really try to avoid 8-1, 9-1, 10-1 as my uh, the worst odds that I would ever take, um, or worst odds in terms of return at least. So for that reason, Boston, Colorado, Carolina, I don't like any of those. Toronto, I don't actually have, no offense to everybody else, and I'm sure everybody's going to disagree with me. I don't have much faith that Toronto's going to win a cup this year, in particular because I don't trust their goaltending. Uh, their tandem's fine, and they've got depth, but the problem is I don't think so. Their defense are decent, but the combination of defense and goaltending, I don't think is good enough to win a cup. I might be wrong. They could win a cup. We'll see. But that's my opinion on it. So I don't like those odds. If they were towards, 11-1, preferably for me to ever put money on them, 15-1, it'd be reasonable. But I don't like, 9-1, there's no way. New Jersey, I don't even think they'll be close to winning a cup. My opinion again. So 11-1, definitely wouldn't spend that. I wouldn't even bet on them to begin with. Rangers, I think the odds before the season were like 20 something, 26-1. So if you got them early, good bet. And I know someone that got a good bet on them in the off season. So anyways, 11-1 is still reasonable odds because I think I have them as one of the favorites to win the cup, especially now with all their additions. And 11-1 is still reasonable as a bet. So Oilers at 13-1, still reasonable as well. For me, I've got Edmonton and Colorado as the favorites coming out of the West. So betting on Edmonton at 13-1, I think, is a reasonable bet. Tampa 13-1, reasonable as well. I still think that you would have wanted to have gotten better value in the off season, which once again, I know somebody who did. So reasonable odds. Vegas, I think they're one of those bubble teams. I'm not convinced they have a good shot at a cup. I have Oilers and Colorado ahead of them. But of the rest of the teams, which I would put Winnipeg, Dallas, Vegas, maybe Calgary if they can make the playoffs, but I don't know if they will. I would have Vegas as the best of all of them at a chance to win a cup. So it's not bad, 15-1 for Vegas. You would have wanted better odds, which in this case, I don't have any money on them. But there were better odds before the season, I believe. So Vegas is still reasonable. All this middle of the pack. So Rangers, Oilers, Lightning, Vegas are all reasonable bets right now. Dallas, again, I don't think they'll win the cup, but I could justify maybe putting money on them because the West is so weak this season. So consider maybe that bet, and the odds are reasonable. But I don't have money on them, and I wouldn't put money on them now. LA, I don't think they're good enough to win a cup. I think they made a bonehead move getting rid of Quick. Don't like their goaltending enough. Don't like their defense enough. I don't, to be honest, I don't like their forwards enough as well. I don't think they'll win the cup. The odds are, reasonable, but I wouldn't put money on them myself. Wild, a lot of people like them. I don't. If you feel strongly about Minnesota having a shot at a cup, those are good odds. I don't think they have any chance at a cup, but that's my opinion. So Just something to consider. And always having Fleury in net, you always got at least some shots. So yeah, something to consider. Of all people, the best value that you're going to get to put money on teams is right now. So Winnipeg, they, I would have them ahead of Dallas, especially with the two recent pickups they had before the deadline, Nemesnikov and Niederreiter. They do have a shot at a cup. I put them just behind Vegas. Could even put them as equal to Vegas, and so at 26-1, something to consider if you're going to put any money on a team. Pittsburgh, same story. They sit in a wild card spot, which is very uncertain right now. But they're in a spot and they're not on the outside looking in. And they just picked up Kulikov. I'll talk about that trade in a sec. 26-1 is, I think, what you would have had before the season. So, or close to that. So, very good value there. And I think I put money on them. I would very strongly consider putting money on them because I think they have a good shot at a cup. Calgary, one of those, if they're in the playoffs, they got a good shot, I was going to say. They have a reasonable shot at going deep to win a cup. I don't think they're quite good enough. They're not. I wouldn't put them with Vegas and Winnipeg on the second tier. I'd put them at the third tier, with Dallas maybe slightly below Dallas especially because they're not even in a playoff spot. But at 29-1, you could consider it. Florida, see, I thought they would have done better this year. On top of it, bringing in Maurice. But take a look at where they sit. So they're at 66 points. They have no games in hand. They're chasing the Islanders, Pittsburgh, Buffalo. Same with Washington, which we'll talk about in a sec. Detroit, same thing. Ottawa, Buffalo. To be honest, all those teams, Detroit, Washington, Florida, Ottawa, Buffalo, I don't have faith in them. I think it's going to be Pittsburgh and Islanders securing those last two spots. But if you have any inkling that any of those teams are going to make the playoffs, they all have a reasonable shot at getting to the cup. There's some really tough teams to get through, like Boston, Toronto, Tampa, Rangers, Carolina. I don't like New Jersey that much, but if you like New Jersey, then you could argue they're a tough team to get through. But all those teams, Detroit, I don't think could win a cup. Washington could win a cup. Florida could win a cup. Ottawa, I don't think they're good enough. Buffalo, I don't think they're good enough. But all those teams, given the odds, if you're going to bet on them, it's not a bad bet. But we'll go back to the odds in a sec. So just considering where they all sit, everybody's all in this big bunch. 7 teams, all really competing for 2 spots. I'm interested to see if any of the teams that are in their top 3 divisional spots, if they're going to drop out. I feel like New Jersey could, but they're so far ahead in points that it seems unlikely. Tampa could, they're not on a rough patch right now, 4-3-3. Rangers 5-4-1. I mean, we're in some dangerous waters for some of those teams, given how competitive everybody is. But they do have enough of a gap in points where they seem relatively secure in their spots to make the playoffs. So considering that, going back again to the odds, Florida, you could conceivably put a bet on them. if you think they can come back because they're within reach. Um, Seattle, I don't think they've got any shot at a cup. Nashville, they're outside of a spot, I believe, still. And I don't think they have a shot at a cup. Islanders, how they could be at 51-1, be in a playoff spot, uh, I don't know. I have money on the Islanders. I have faith in them doing well, not only making the playoffs, but doing well. So just, I strongly recommend if you are into sports betting to consider the Islanders because those odds are double more or less Pittsburgh, and they're like in the same spot. And I think the Islanders are super deep, and they've got great goaltending. It's up to you, but if you're going to put any money on anybody with a good value bet, I'd say the Islanders are a good idea. Buffalo, conceivably, I mean, they could make the playoffs. I just don't think they'll go for the cup. Detroit could make the playoffs. Don't think they'll go for a cup. Washington, they could win a cup, and at 81-1. If you want to bet on them, it's not a bad bet. Just don't bet too much because it seems unlikely that they're going to make the playoffs, and it also seems unlikely they would win a cup given that they might not make the playoffs, but it's not bad odds considering the position they're in and how good they could be. And then Ottawa, same kind of story, but I just don't think they'll make the playoffs. So anyway, so those are some of the odds just to monitor. If the odds slip for Boston, Colorado, Carolina, Toronto, New Jersey, I wouldn't bet on them. But just monitor the odds. If any of those slip, they could be worthwhile. But basically, I'd say from Rangers down, they're reasonable odds. All stuff to consider. But again, going back to the point I made, you kind of want to make these bets before the season to get good odds to actually be able to, make a profit. So anyways, just some thoughts on futures bets and some things to consider. So we'll stop that there. Give me a brief moment to set up for some other stuff. And we'll move on to something else. What are we going to move to here? I'll talk about the Kulikov trade in a sec. Just want to figure out the next thing on tap here. Oh, you know what? We'll go into my preseason predictions. I think that'll be fun to talk about because we're talking about performance right now anyways. So, yeah, and if you're watching right now and you have any topics you wanted me to touch on before I move into that, just let me know as I'm getting prepped for all this stuff here. So I'm going to pull up my preseason predictions and get those ready. So just bear with me to do that. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Okay, there we go. So I got my predictions pulled up. And one more sec to get everything else set up here. All right, that's good. Good. And okay, so I can close this. All right, so just before we get into my preseason predictions, we'll talk about the Kulikov trade. And I might as well just say, since this is showing up right in front of me, 1 hour, 30 minutes until the deadline. And I mean, it's been quite quiet. We already know that all the major trades have happened, or at least a chunk of them. I still think there's going to be some big trades that come in by the deadline and shortly thereafter because of timing. But yeah, so it has been quiet, but not surprising given the circumstance here. Okay, so we want Kulikov. Does it say yet? So it says to be determined what the trade details are. Kulikov goes to Pittsburgh. Kulikov, 2.25 rental. He is a quarter of a point per game, approximately, defenseman. Looks like he can play both sides. Didn't pay enough attention to know that, but so useful defenseman, good depth player. We want Pittsburgh now. And where is he gonna slot in? So I think it's a depth spot. So they have Petrie, Letang, Dumoulin, Pedersen, Ruda, Joseph, Ruedel. Wait, no, I don't need to pull that up. Let's see what their, because I don't know their lines too well and who's produced what. So Dumoulin, quarter of a point per game. Pedersen, about a third of a point. Ruda, less than a quarter of a point. Joseph, wow. And Ruedel. Let's see what they have for defense. Okay, so it's Joseph and Ruda on the last line. So to be honest, I don't know where Kulikov's going to slot in. He might just be a depth player. He might not even dress. Or he might replace Ruda. It's hard to say. Based on stats, it looks like Ruda would be the odd man out, but don't know. So I guess we'll kind of see what happens. But super smart to pick up another defenseman. They need to have that kind of depth to be able to compete in the long run during the playoffs. So smart for them. I like their lineup. I mean, pretty darn deep. So Gensel, Crosby, Raquel, Zucker, Malkin, Rust, Heinen, Carter, Granlund as your third line. Like, that's really deep. The fact that they're struggling is a bit surprising to me. But they're one of these teams that are made for the playoffs. They've got the experience, the track record, the high end capabilities and stuff. I mean, they're getting a bit older now, but I really like this team. As much as they're struggling, I think they got a good shot at a cup. So I like this as a depth pickup. Very smart for them. I think it's very wise. So good job for them. Uh, don't know what they gave up, so we'll see that. Um, Hopefully not much for Kulikov. Maybe not future considerations. He's worth more than that. It's not going to be a seventh, maybe a fifth round pick is probably what it's going to turn out being. We'll see in the end, but that's my guess. Or maybe some like AHL prospect that's maybe borderline potential to make the NHL, something like that. Anyways, but we'll see what happens. So next up, we're going to compare my preseason predictions to the current standings. And as always, things never go as you expect them to go. And so you'll see where my predictions, I'm wrong on a number of fronts, but nonetheless, I'm perfectly fine, admitting, showing that I don't necessarily predict things well. Because every single season, what was it? I looked it up. Actually, since I'm already pulling things up, I might as well pull that up too. Where do I have that saved? I think it's here. Yeah, so it's one sec. So what I have been monitoring and considering when it comes to sports betting, because like I said, I've made money every year since I started doing sports betting, and I do futures. What I've checked and consider is that the turnover of teams that make the playoffs every year is somewhere between 5 and 7 is what I've seen in the past. What is it, 5 or 6 full seasons? I didn't factor in the COVID years because those are misleading. You don't quite get accurate representation of who should have made the playoffs. So roughly 5 to 7 teams go out of in and out of playoff spots. So to get it right, well, what is that as a percentage? So 5 divided by 16 teams is 31.25%, between 31.25 and 43.75. Between 31.25 and 43.75% of teams that made the playoffs the previous year don't make it the next year. That's huge turnover. So a third up to almost a half of the teams don't make the playoffs from one year to the next. So I'm about to talk about my predictions. Keep in mind that with that kind of turnover, you're going to get that many wrong typically. So that's why I don't feel bad about my predictions and getting a chunk of them wrong. Anyways, if you're into sports betting, and then likewise if you're doing any predictions and, well, even fantasy hockey, a lot of things like that, remember that there's such a big turnover because the league's so close, and a number of different factors that happen, players coming and going, retiring, trades, all this stuff. There's so much changes that to be able to predict who's going to make the playoffs from one year to the next, it's really tough. So keep that in mind for yourself, and then likewise when you're considering my predictions here, that it's difficult to predict. And actually, you know what? Let's start off with comparison to those statistics to see how accurate I am. So all my predictions are here on the left-hand side. So you'll see. Did I share screen? I sure hope I shared screen. I might not have. Anyways, I'm sharing screen now. I'm pretty certain. So if you take a look at the left-hand side, I had Panthers to make the playoffs. They're currently not in a spot. I had Leafs to miss the playoffs. Hi, Haley. Just a sec. I'm doing one thing, and then, or if you have any questions, comments, topic suggestions, don't be shy to leave a message. But hi, thanks for tuning in. So, anyways, just give me one sec. I want to make sure that it is sharing. Okay. Jeez, because I can't see my screen and follow TSN at the same time. So my bad. I just was unsure if you could see everything. So anyways, so Panthers, I was wrong so far. Capitals, wrong so far. Canucks, Flames, so far, Blues, and Predators. So let's just make sure I got my counts right. So that's 6 wrong so far. So Panthers, Capitals, Canucks, Flames, Blues, Stars. So yeah, 6 wrong. 6 divided by 16. Whoops. 6 divided by 16. What? 6 divided by 16. So I'm right in average in terms of the number of turnover of players from one season to from teams from one season to the next making the playoffs. Now, we don't know for sure how things are going to pan out, but I'm right on target of normal turnover, and so I'm wrong on a pretty average amount. So keep that in mind that I'm as wrong as you could normally expect anybody to be wrong. So now let's just contrast our the standings with what I had. So I had Panthers at top, Lightning, and then Bruins, Leafs to miss the playoffs, which at this moment looks like I'm wrong, and then the rest to miss. Nobody else there that should have been in. So I'm 2 right, 1 wrong. 2 right, 2 wrong, I guess you could say, from that division. Penguins so far correct, Capitals so far wrong, Islanders so far right, Rangers so far right, Hurricanes so far right. Now, the order, I'm obviously wrong there too. So at the start of the year, I thought Flyers and Devils could conceivably make the playoffs. And then likewise, Red Wings and Senators, I thought could theoretically make the playoffs. So, so in that regard, I'm not overly surprised that the Devils are currently in. I am surprised at how well they did from the start and how well they've continued to do. So that's been a surprise. But them being in is not all that surprising. And if you think that I'm making this up, you can go back. I did my preseason predictions on my channel. So you can go back and see those to see that I'm not lying about this. So, so in that regard, I mean, now I can see the Kulikov trade. So we'll talk about that after I finish on this conference. So, Panthers, I mean, they could maybe still make the playoffs. They've been really surprising that they've done so poorly. because their team really hasn't changed that much. So yeah, so I'm surprised about the Panthers being where they're at. Uh, and then yeah, Lightning are pretty much, right where I would expect them to be. Bruins are way better than I thought they would be, but I thought they would be a playoff team for sure. Toronto, I thought, was the most likely to be in. So out of Leafs, Red Wings, Senators, Flyers, and Devils, I thought Leafs would be most likely of those to be in a playoff spot. So for them to be in right now, it's not surprising at all. And so in that regard, yeah. So my order is completely wrong. Hurricanes, I always seem to underestimate their performance. So me to predict, and as I still do, for them not to win a cup, I could very easily be proven wrong. We'll see. So of these, the teams that I think have the best chance at winning a cup, if the Panthers can make the playoffs, I have them as having a shot. Lightning, Bruins, Penguins, Capitals, Islanders, Rangers. So those are what 7 teams that I think have a better shot at winning a cup. Again, we'll see what happens, but those are my favorite 7, which is not getting all that specific, but I can't give away all my predictions because I spend money on my predictions, and if I gave them all away, then everybody would be making money on my predictions, bets, and stuff that I spend a lot of time on and money on too. So, anyways, yeah. So just those are kind of my favorites. You'll see when I talk about my finals prediction, which you can see already at the bottom, but I'll talk about that in a sec. Who my most favorites of my favorites are. So just we'll pause on that and we'll talk about the Kulikov trade. So it's Kulikov to Pittsburgh in exchange for McGinn and a third. And I think that's maybe slightly expensive because I was predicting a 4th or a 5th for Kulikov. McGinn I don't think has any term or any significant importance. NCGINN. Oh geez, that's expensive. So it looks like a salary dump, which is why it's more expensive. That makes sense. I mean, it's not so bad of a contract to be really a salary dump, but in effect, because of the amount that they're having to give up, I believe that indicates that it is. They're trying to get rid of salary. So for that reason, I'm okay with the trade. 3rd round pick to get rid of that salary hit for that many years remaining. I like it. And they get back Kulikov as a rental. So I like that trade. Now that we have more information, I'd say great job by Pittsburgh. Well done. Cool. Okay, so now back to the predictions. There's a 5th round pick for salary retention. Not really worth discussing. Okay, so now going down to the Western Conference, we've got I've got Oilers, Canucks, Flames, Knights, and then Avalanche, Blues, Predators, Stars. So I have 4 from each division, whereas in the Eastern Conference, you can see I have the Metropolitan as having more teams making it in. On that note, actually, just as a comment to say, so I had Carolina ahead of Toronto, and that's technically correct. It's just I got the rest wrong. So, uh, take from that what you will. So, from the Central, I had Avalanche, Blues, Predators, Stars. We still have lots of games to be played, and Colorado has three games, so they could technically be tied for first in their division, and so I'm not far off in that regard. Blues, I thought they'd be in a playoff spot, but they have just been miserably performing for the whole season. So really surprised about that one, and wouldn't be surprised if next year they're right back in a playoff spot, which that's what I mean is there's so much turnover in those playoffs spots that next year, don't be surprised if St. Louis is back in it. And to be honest, I kind of feel like they could be. Depends on what they do with their losses of Tarasenko and O'Reilly, but we'll see. So anyways, Predators, again, surprised they're out of a spot. They're within reach to make it in, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, Stars, better than I was expecting. Jets, better than I was expecting as well. Jets and Stars, I thought were interchangeable. Actually, to be honest, I think what I said was maybe Predators, Stars, Jets. Or it might have only been Jets and Stars. I can't recall for sure. I thought Wild would be out of a spot for sure. But they could sneak in. I think I might have said, but I don't know for sure. Anyways, so Jets I thought could conceivably be in. So to replace them for Predators means I'm really essentially not that wrong. I was just noticeably wrong on the Blues there. But anyway, so there's that. Now going to the Pacific. Knights I thought would be interchangeable with the Kings. So the fact that the Knights are at the top is somewhat surprising, but still lots of time and lots of movement can take place. I had Oilers at the top spot, which, like I said, I mean, with the number of games played, they're 4 points difference, only one game extra played. They could easily move up into that spot. Canucks I thought would be doing a lot better, and they've been very poor performing for the whole season. So Vancouver and St. Louis are both equally surprising to me. I did not anticipate, and I'd put Florida in the same boat. Really surprising at how poorly they've done. Florida still has a shot, but St. Louis and Vancouver definitely don't. Calgary, it's been kind of surprising that they've struggled so much. They're not far off from where I predicted they would be, but I thought they'd be a lot better, and at this point they're on the outside looking in, so I don't know. And then that basically summarizes from my picks to what's actually the case. Minnesota, like I said, it's not surprising that they're in, but I just don't think they're that great of a team. Los Angeles, not surprised that they're in. So for me, that's not that surprising. Seattle, I didn't have them as having a shot to make the playoffs. And I have no faith in them going far. So really, and then that's about it. There's not much more to say. I think there's going to be a lot of movement in terms of the positioning of all these players before the end of the season. So we'll see what takes place. But anyways, there you can see my predictions versus what has taken place at this point. Exactly how it turns out remains to be seen. So we'll reassess come the playoffs at the very least, but really in the end what it comes down to is who wins based on your predictions, and we'll see where everything ends up. So last thing, just before we finish up on sorry, I'm getting distracted by the TSN showing a whole bunch of food. I could go for some. But I'm not taking a food break during the stream. So anyways, so last we'll just touch on my prediction for the final. So I have Oilers against Islanders. So that'll tell you kind of my the teams I most heavily favor. The ones that maybe the ones in theory that I would have bet on the highest. In all likelihood, that's the case. So just to consider those picks, I've got Oilers currently sit in the first wildcard spot, so essentially 7th. And then Islanders currently sit 8th. So it's just kind of funny to see my picks at the Cup versus where they sit. And just remember, every year in the past, I think 3 to 4 years, and I started 3 to 4 years ago on my sports betting, every year I've made money. So just something to consider. I might be wrong on one of those teams, but I might not be wrong on the other. So we'll see in the end. I've got money on other teams, so if I'm wrong on both, I could still break even, make money. Who knows? But those are my picks for the final. So we'll see what happens, but just keep that in mind. For one, if you're going to do sports betting, just maybe consider those. And second, you don't know till the season's over about who's going to win. And what I just did yesterday, which really indicates this, is there's a negligible correlation between regular season performance and playoff performance. Goals for, goals against, differential. All the regular season primary team stats have essentially a negligible correlation with playoff performance. So just because all these teams look so great in the regular season, don't think so much for certain that they're going to win the Cup, because it doesn't really matter. And I did it for the past, what was it? When I did the correlation was for 21-20, 13-14 up to 18-19, 15, 16, 17, 18. So it's approximately 10 or more seasons. I ran the correlation, and it's essentially negligible, the correlation with playoff performance. So just keep that in mind. And I've done other stats on this before where I looked at the higher performing teams about who won the Cup. And once again, there's, as far as I can tell, not much of a correlation between regular season performance and playoff performance. And the last thing I just want to touch on, because it just came to mind, also did a correlation between last 10 games of the regular season and playoff performance. And there's, again, essentially no correlation between a streak going into the playoffs and how well teams do in the playoffs. So I haven't discovered yet a good, strong indicator of predicting the playoffs. If somebody has, I haven't seen it yet. Maybe somebody's discovered something, but I haven't yet. So still on the search to figure out if there's any sort of way to predict who's going to do well in the playoffs. So, and Caleb, nice to see you tune in again. By the way, I did check out your video. I liked your video, and I subscribed to your channel, just so you know. If you didn't see those showing up in your channel notifications and stuff like that. So just to tell you, I did see your video, even though I said I wasn't going to. Caleb, what happened is I went to go back and see the chat transcript from the stream where you were messaging me and stuff, and it doesn't save it. So I didn't set up the settings for the chat transcript to save and show up on the replay, and so I couldn't go back and see your name. So I couldn't go to your channel, and then so I had to go and find, because thankfully you subscribed to my channel. I went to go through all the people that subscribed to my channel, and I found your channel. And since I was already there, I watched the video, liked it, and then subscribed like I said I would. So anyways, so just wanted to let you know that I had to go find you to be able to subscribe. So, and one thing about your video, I think you said you were doing that about my channel. You forgot to include, you said you were going to provide a link in the description to my channel, or my channel name or something like that. And you forgot to do that. Maybe it's because you didn't know how to or whatever, but not that you have to. I'm just letting you know that it's not in there. But anyways, thanks for doing the video on me, and thanks for tuning in again. And it's nice to see you here. So I'm done with going over my preseason predictions here compared to where we're at now. I'm going to move to a new subject in a moment. Just bear with me to get that prepped. The other thing, I'm just going to... I'll talk about... Well, I'm going to have a look at the trade, before we move to the next topic. Just give me a sec here. We need... where are we here? Okay, so that's enough of that. And I should figure out what the next topic's going to be. Caleb, just as I'm pulling things up, let me know if there's anything you wanted me to talk about before I move into my next topic. If there's anything you'd be interested to hear my opinion on or anything like that, just let me know in the chat there. If not, it's okay. Don't worry. You don't have to come up with anything. But if there was something you wanted me to talk about, just let me know. All right. So what should I talk about next? So I did that. Maybe we'll go over some of the injuries that have happened, some of the major injuries, just for people to keep in mind. Yeah, when it comes to like the playoffs and things like that. So I guess we'll talk about some injuries next. And those are all the main topics I think I was going to cover. Signings, injuries. Bear with me one second. I'm just going to have a look at another list to see. Yeah, so Caleb, if you just want to watch whatever I'm going to talk about, of course, that's fine. Yeah. Just wondering if you, like I said, if you had anything you wanted me to talk about, and I guess not. So no big deal. You can just watch whatever I talk about. Do 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 do. I was maybe going to talk about pending UFAs, but I don't know if that's so. If I maybe I'll talk about that. The other thing is stats leaders. Maybe I'll talk about that too. Yeah, go ahead with your question. Yeah. What else? Yeah, I think that's. I'll. If anything else comes to mind, I'll consider those. But those are the main topics I was gonna consider covering. So next, just one sec here. We'll just take a look at this trade and see if there's any other ones here. All right, so I can share screen again. So 5th round pick and Tony Snood, however it's pronounced. Oh, and that's part of the Bonino trade. Okay. So let's just have a look at who Snood or Snud is, as well as Henriksen. It's a lot of moving parts in that trade. Oh, okay, so Henriksen is a college player, nothing of great significance. Snud, however it's pronounced, is Swedish league, nothing too important. So basically it is Pittsburgh gets Bonino in the trade that we had before there. Pittsburgh gives up a 7th and a 5th going to San Jose for Bonino. And then Montreal gets a 5th, signing rights to Snood, however it's pronounced. And somehow Henriksen gets over to San Jose. Anyways, weird trade. All those other ones don't really, not all that impactful. Basically, it's just Bonino going to Pittsburgh for a couple picks. So, anyways, nothing really, I guess, to talk about there. All right, so next up is we'll talk about some major injuries, just I guess to keep in mind when it comes to coming up to the playoffs here. So just a sec to pull that up. All right, so if we go down to the bottom, Clef bombs out for the season. So if you see him on the Oilers depth chart, he doesn't. He's not expected to play. Bishop likewise. Ferland, Nolan Patrick's not going to play. Jake Gardner's not going to play. Mike Smith's not going to play. So just some guys to keep in mind that are not going to be playing. Ryan Ellis not playing, which is unfortunate for Philly. They missed out on having him for the whole season, which is pretty negative to them. Dahlstrom, in theory, could play for Toronto. Leonard's out for the whole season. Danforth out for most of the playoffs, it looks like, or up until the playoffs. Poulin could come back before the playoffs. Atkinson out for the year. Kunin out for the year. Brown could be in for the playoffs. Pullman might be available for the playoffs, but he's in with Vancouver, so not unless he gets traded, not likely to play. Robertson out for the season. Jake Evans could come back soon, but Montreal's not going to make the playoffs, so not impactful there. Josh Norris out for the year. Landeskog could be coming back soon, so something to keep in mind for Colorado there. Donskoy out for the year. Carey Price out for the year. Mikheyev out for the year. Pacioretty could come back before the playoffs. I think tore his Achilles again, which really sucks for Carolina because he could have been very impactful. Pizik out for the year. Kase? I don't know how it's pronounced, but anyways, he could be back soon. Jake Bean, maybe before the playoffs. Forsberg could play before the playoffs. If they make the playoffs too, he could be playing. Caulfield out for the year. Hagelin out for the year. Pearson out for the year. Francouz should be coming back soon. Didn't Colorado pick up a depth goalie? I thought they did. One sec here. Yeah, Kincaid. I forgot about that. And that's a smart pickup. He's a good depth goalie. Wallstrom could play if they make the playoffs. Johnson maybe soon could play. Carlson maybe soon could play. And if Washington's going to make a playoff spot, they really need him to be healthy. Neighbors maybe before the playoffs, but they're not going to make it. Barzal might be coming back soon. Oh, so Stone's so it was rumblings that he might not be able to play in the playoffs. So because of that, Vegas they got a shot here at a cup now, picking up Quick and Barbashev, was it? So I like Vegas's chances. They're not one of my favorites, but Vegas has a shot at a cup this year. Larson coming back soon. Byron coming back soon. Killington coming back soon. Muzzin's out for the year. Weber was already expected to be out for the year. Couturier could be coming back soon. Johansson maybe at or slightly after the beginning of the playoffs, if they make the playoffs, which they got a shot, but I don't know. Weidman maybe soon. Hornquist out for the season. Henrique could be coming back soon, and I think he could be a trade target, so keep an eye on him. We're getting close to the deadline, very, very close now. I think about 45 minutes to the deadline, so starting to run out of time teams to make your trades, and it's been very quiet so far today, so we'll see. Perfetti might be able to play in the playoffs, assuming they make the playoffs. Giovanni Smith could be coming back by the end of the month. Monahan could be soon. And I forget if he's on the trade bait board, but I thought he was. Where is he here? Yeah, so he's 13th on TSN's trade bait board. He's a UFA, so he would be a rental. So keep an eye on him. He could be getting moved soon. And he can play probably sometime soon. So something to watch out for. Kirby Doc could be soon. Spencer Knight. I think he just went under the player assistance program, so don't know when he's going to be back. Yeah, outside of that, I think mostly short-term injuries. We'll just have a quick scan through. Nyquist, just before the playoffs maybe, or towards the end of the season. So just keep in mind that he was traded, but he probably won't play for another month or so. Who else? Andrew Ladd, probably out for the season, it looks like. Nutivera, not significant in terms of impact. So Rasmussen out for the year. Voracek is out for the year. But like I said, maybe he could be in next year. I don't know what's going on with... Wait. Until 2024. So that means he's not playing. So he's... There we go. I thought maybe he could play for Arizona next year, but it looks like he's not going to play. Wow. God, Arizona's got nothing going on. They suck so bad. They're just picking up contracts. And they tried to do a rebuild. They sucked. And then they're going to do another rebuild. They're in so much trouble. So Taves could come back. They said that he probably won't be traded before the deadline, but just keep an eye out that maybe, just maybe, Taves could be traded to some team. Taylor Hall out till March 30, so that's what it was. So it's a month he's out, which is part of the reason why they picked up Bertuzzi. So, but just remember, they pick up Bertuzzi. Taylor Hall comes back before the playoffs. Now they have Hall and Bertuzzi, assuming both are healthy. So, man, so good for Boston. They're going to be another Tampa Bay kind of depth team, like the one year, like I said before, about having Kucherov miss the whole season and then come in for the playoffs. So Boston, man, what an interesting team. What else do we have? Werenski's out for the rest of the year. Corrali, not till the playoffs, but they're not going to make the playoffs. That's about it. So all the rest of the injuries, if there's anybody of any importance, they're all short term. So if they're not one of the names mentioned, then if you're cheering for their team, just cross your fingers that they come back healthy for the playoffs or sometime soon, or don't re-injure and all that kind of stuff. So Yeah, so anyways, those are all the major injuries. We've got about 40 minutes until the deadline. Now I got to figure out what next to talk about. So just bear with me a couple moments. There is another trade I'm going to talk about. You know what? I think now's maybe. Is now a good time to take a break, or should I wait until closer to the deadline? Because I'm probably going to go an hour after the deadline. So an hour and 40 minutes. You know what? Let's take a 5 minute break now. And then I'll go straight through until the end, probably. I might take another five somewhere in between. But yeah, let's take a 5 minute break. And I'll come back and we'll talk about some UFAs, which is essentially the trade bait. I guess we'll talk about that next. So, yeah, 5 minute break here, and I'll be back. So I'm back now. Just give me 1 sec to get everything set up. All right, so we have a couple of trades to go over here. Just give me a sec to refresh. Oh, it's not even showing up there. Oscar Sundqvist is going to Minnesota, apparently. Let's UNDQVIST. So he was expiring about a third of a point per game. Maybe half a point per game at best. Going over to Minnesota, it looks like, I mean, I don't know what Detroit's getting back, but it looks like Detroit's not trying to make the playoffs this year. So, I mean, from everything they've traded away, they're not helping their cause, that's for sure. So we don't know I don't know what the return is yet. I haven't seen it, so we'll wait to see what they got back. If I had to take a guess, it's picks. So I mean, Minnesota's making themselves deeper, but I really don't. I still don't think they're that competitive of a team. So, yeah. Otherwise, just before that, they traded away Jordan Greenway for a second and a fifth to Buffalo. So Buffalo might still be trying, but I don't know what Greenway's contract situation is. I think it's expiring, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's not. So he has term. So 2 years remaining after this year. And he's about half a point per game or so. $3 million cap hit, maybe 10 goals a season. So a decent player. For a second and a fifth. I don't know if I like that trade. Seems a bit expensive given all the other people. I mean, I think the reason why it's more expensive is because there's term with it, but and he's still young. So I don't know. Buffalo adding depth. I mean, because next year they're going to be I think they're going to be trying to compete to make the playoffs from here on out, given the age of their players and how they've done this year. So maybe they're just trying to continue to build. And I guess it's fair. It's a fair trade. It's just, I don't know if I'd trade for him. So it's okay. It's reasonable. I mean, for me, I'm kind of indifferent about it. Then we have a trade. Prisky and Strand. And I have a feeling it's just a depth kind of thing. So he was a 6th round pick. AHL defenseman. Not very productive. And Strand. AHL defenseman. Not very productive. So minor league deal, nothing of any great significance. We are less than half an hour away from the deadline now, and yeah, still no major trades. It's kind of surprising. The truth is, expect that some of the big ones are going to come in, well, soon because we're near the deadline and late. Um, yeah, because they always tend to come in pretty late. So, and I mean, realistically, like we have them show up for an hour or more after the deadline. So, anyways, so we'll see what comes up. So next up, what we'll do is have a look at pending UFAs, which is essentially the trade bait. And we'll see if there's any notable ones that are not trade bait. Um, you know what? I won't bother comparing. I'll just go through all the pending UFAs. So, Now I gotta find where that is on CapFriendly. Trials filing. I thought they had. Page for it. Buyouts? No. Could have sworn. Injury history. Well, active players. Bear with me a sec to find this. I could have sworn they had it. We don't want clauses. We don't need salary. Expiration year. There we go. So I think I have it now. Cool. Okay. So pending UFAs, we've got Kane already traded. Taves, don't think that he's not going to be traded. Although they said that he's not going to be, I have a feeling it could happen. Tarasenko already traded. O'Reilly already traded. Van Riemsdyk, he's one of the, I think he's the highest on TSN's trade bait board. He's probably going to be moved. It would be a bad idea to just let him expire for Philly, but we'll see. Klingberg, who was it that sat out? Kulikov, and I thought Klingberg sat out. Give me a sec here. Yeah, so Klingberg sat out. So he, if I had to take a guess, is on the move. To where, I mean, I don't know. And I'm interested to see because whoever picks up Klingberg, that's a heck of a pickup. Um, Pacioretty, Carolina is going to hold on to him, I'm sure, and then cross their fingers that he's healthy enough to play this year, but we'll see. Um, DeBrincat is an RFA. He's not going anywhere, I don't think. And they already said that, at least publicly, they stated that they're not going to trade him, so you can expect them to stay. Monahan, wouldn't be surprised if he gets moved. That cap hit is miserably high. So we'll see what happens there. Lucic, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets moved because Calgary doesn't really want him, and then, or I don't think they will. And if they can get anything for him, I think they would. I don't know. It's interesting. I wonder what's going to happen. Dubois RFA. I wonder what's going to happen with him long term. I have no idea. It feels like he doesn't want to stay in Winnipeg. And so I feel like they're going to trade him at some point. It's just a question of when. Johnson, he's a rental with Colorado. Stahl, they're probably going to let him expire, maybe extend him. Because he's, important to Carolina. So he's probably staying put. What else? Dumba. That's an interesting one. I wonder if he's going to... could they move him? Maybe. There's rumblings about him getting traded earlier in the season, but he never got moved. So I'm interested to see what happens with him. They're probably going to keep him and let him expire if I had to take a guess because they're going to go for the playoffs again this year. Meyer RFA, which is news to me. I found that out today. I thought he was a UFA and just a rental. Okposo, could he get moved? I could see that happening. Quick is going to play in Vegas for the rest of the year, I'm sure. Zucker, I don't think Pittsburgh's going to get rid of him. It doesn't make sense. They might not re-sign him, though. I wouldn't be surprised about that. Nyquist, he just got traded there. They're not getting rid of him. Drouin. Is anybody going to trade for Drouin? I don't know. But there's a chance that he gets moved. Ladd's out for the year, I think I just saw when we were going through those injuries. Bratt, RFA. So he's probably staying... Well, I mean, I'm sure he's staying put. Hornqvist. I think he was out for the year too. Orlov just got moved. Dadonov got moved. Varlamov. Keep an eye on Varlamov. I know... I don't know if he would get moved because they do want the depth. But it would be smart, to be honest, in my opinion. I think it would be very smart for them to move and get value. Because, to have two goalies is good. I get it. Honestly, I would want three goalies. But what I would have done already, but what I would do still before the deadline, if it could be accomplished. Hi, Cyan. I'll comment on your question in just a sec. I just want to finish this thought here. So, yeah, if I was Islanders before the deadline, what I would do is try to preferably, because I don't know what their AHL situation is for third-string goalies. I think they have decent, because Skarek... Yeah, they have Skerrick, Appleby, Schneider, so they do have backup or like third stringers that can come in. So what I would try to do is pick up a serviceable backup. Isn't Reimer expiring? I'm nearly certain Reimer's expiring. So what I would do is pick up something like Reimer as a backup, trade away Varlamov to a team that needs him, get some value out of that. Because, like, I mean, otherwise, just to hold on to Varlamov as a backup and let him expire, I don't like that idea. Unless they re-sign him is another idea. So just keep an eye out for Varlamov. I don't know what's going to happen with him. They better have a plan because to just let him expire would be, I think it's a bad idea. So now I can respond, Cyan, just a sec here. I got to read what you said. You're English. I lived in England for a bit. I'll talk about that in a sec. Cool. Well, okay. So just quickly, I'll let you know about my background. I lived in England back when I was 21, I believe, um, for about a year. My mother married an English guy. Well, remarried an English guy, and met a cousin at the wedding, and then went out to live with him for a little bit. And otherwise, I lived on my own for a bit as well. Um, yeah, and so I really enjoyed England. Had a great time. I lived in Kent near, if you're familiar, Tunbridge Wells, so just south of London. So, anyways, I had a really good time there. I really like English people. So, yeah, had a great time. So, to answer your question, so you asked, not sure who to support. What should I be looking for in a team to support as a foreign watcher? So it depends. If you're trying, so if you want to build a long-term team to watch, you don't. So what you could do is you could just choose the best team in the league and cheer for them, which is really, I think, it's not really being a true fan. I don't like it, and I know in England often you cheer for in football, you cheer for your local team or closest local team or where your family's from or whatever, something like that. So usually there's some sort of connection. So maybe to figure out where to get the connection, maybe talk with your Canadian friend and see where they're from and consider maybe a Canadian team to cheer for. Canadian teams have large fan bases. There's lots of news coverage on the teams, so they're easy to follow, easy to learn about the teams, the players. Probably easier to find streams of games. So it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. So a Canadian team is easier to follow, is one thing to consider. Um, and like I said, bigger fan bases, so maybe more people to talk to about the team. Kind of cool in that regard, I guess. What else? So if you want a competitive team, uh, right now in Canada, Ottawa's going to be a good team moving forward, I believe, if I had to predict. Right now, they're not the best of teams. They're kind of just on the outside looking into a playoff spot. Um, I would. Ottawa's a decent team because they're on the up, and they're not like a huge fan base, but they're not tiny. And there's new ownership. Like if you like uh, Ryan Reynolds, the actor that played Deadpool, he's been in a whole bunch of other movies. He might be buying the Ottawa Senators. If he does, that makes it even more exciting to be a fan of them. So something to consider. Ottawa is an interesting team to be a fan of. Again, I would choose something that you could be like a long-term fan for. Uh, you could choose one of the favorites. Like, I mean, maybe have like one of the favorite teams that you cheer for, and then you have like your actual team, your favorite team, which might not be one of the best teams. Toronto, everybody likes Toronto, and I just don't like the fact that everybody likes Toronto, so I wouldn't say Toronto. Montreal's not looking good. Vancouver's not looking very good. Um, Edmonton's a very exciting team. So you're going to be watching two of the best players in the NHL all the time. If you want to learn about hockey, you're going to see the very best play. So Edmonton's not a bad team to cheer for. Um, yeah, I like the idea of Ottawa, or well, Ottawa and Edmonton. Sorry, for two different reasons. Ottawa's growing. Edmonton's they're not old. They're very young still. So you still got some growth in the team to watch, and they have a lot of coverage too. I like Edmonton as an idea. Who else? Calgary. They're not playing that great. Long term potential is kind of eh. Um, I think that's yeah. I'd say Edmonton or Ottawa are very good ideas. Like I said, maybe consider where your friends from, and yeah, maybe if one of those two, then that can be the deciding factor. Uh, there's a lot of really good teams in the NHL, so like I like the Islanders. I think they're very well managed. They're not one of the highest performing teams, but I think they're one of the most well-rounded competitive teams. I like the Islanders. Uh, Boston, Dorchester, Dorset. Okay, cool. So that's. I mean, I'm not perfect on uh, geography for England and the UK, but that's southwest, I believe, uh, in the UK. Um, Supports the Habs. Yeah. No, I don't cheer for the Habs. Don't do that. Ottawa's, yeah. So Ottawa's a good idea. Um, and like I said, I would watch Edmonton games just to learn more about the game because you're going to see some really, really good players. So just consider that. And like I said, Islanders maybe. Tampa, I mean, they're a favorite to win a cup probably for the next few years, but they're very good. It's just, I don't like the idea of cheering for one of the top teams. Um, Pittsburgh, their team's getting old, but they've got some very well known players. You could cheer for them, but it doesn't feel right because everybody's a Crosby fan. And eh. Who else? Is there anybody else I'm missing? Give me one more sec, and I'm gonna think about it. New Jersey's a growing team. They're young. They're probably going to be good in the future. So maybe New Jersey, similar in concept to Ottawa. Um, Maybe not as good coverage as Ottawa. So I would still lean towards Ottawa. Boston's getting old. I wouldn't cheer for them and their favorites. Florida's not a bad team to consider, but yeah. And their coach is really cool in interviews. Maurice used to be the coach of my favorite team. Oh yeah, I forgot about Winnipeg. Winnipeg Jets is my favorite team. They're a Canadian team. You can consider them, but they're kind of a bubble team. Maybe not that exciting to follow. Detroit's going to be a growing team, maybe another one to consider. They have one of the best general managers in the whole league, so Detroit's an idea. Colorado won the cup last year, but they're another one of those favorites. I wouldn't say follow them. Don't really like a lot of the rest of the teams. So really, honestly, what I would say is Ottawa's a good choice. New Jersey's not a bad choice. I like the Islanders. They're interesting, and they'll be good for a number of years still. Florida, maybe. Detroit, maybe. Edmonton's another good one. So those are different ones to consider. I like your idea though about with my suggestion about Ottawa. It's not a bad call. So, anyways, I appreciate the question. That's a great question, and it's fun to answer that question. So I hope that helped. I hope it helps you narrow things down and consider who you can follow. So, anyways, now I'll get back to the topic at hand. So I just talked about Varlamov. The deadline's in 5 minutes. So let's just see if there's any updates to trades here that I missed. Scott Reedy and Pedersen, nothing of significance. So Horna for Hunt, not a big trade. Wonder if anything else is coming up. Does CapFriendly have any trades? Nah. So I guess I'm going to be checking the TV here as we finish up because we're getting quite close to the deadline and things got to be coming in right now. And the thing that sucks is I don't have my audio on, so if they're talking about something, I can't see it until they post it on the screen. Let's see any other pending UFAs. Killorn, I don't think he's going to get moved. Anderson, I doubt they're going to move him, but I mean, maybe Anderson could get moved. I wouldn't be surprised because they have a couple goalies there still. Severson's probably not going because New Jersey's doing well. Dumoulin, probably not. Gardner's injured. Done. Seattle's probably keeping their guys because they're in a playoff spot. Shattenkirk, have an eye, see if he's going to get moved. That's possible. Talbot. But I have a feeling that they're going to keep him since they're trying to push to make the playoffs. Connor Brown. I think he was out for the season, maybe? I don't know if I remember right. Who else? Kerfoot, they're probably keeping. Comfer, keeping, probably. Oh, yeah, definitely keeping Comfer. Jari. Maybe Pittsburgh could move Jari, but still even that feels unlikely. Byron, I don't know if he's going to be back and healthy. I can't recall. Suter, he could get moved. Blackwood's RFA though, so he's probably not getting moved. Yeah, there's not much left. Alex Nedeljkovic could get moved, maybe as a depth goalie. There's not much left out there. Yeah, Reimer is a UFA, so he could get moved. I don't know. I'm interested to see what shows up in these last few minutes and after the deadline here. So 63% of the the trades that came in last year showed up essentially at or after the deadline. So, um, yeah. So I mean, really, we could have a lot still coming in, but who knows? Still nothing. Oh, Athanasio could get moved. That would make sense. Because yeah, he's a UFA. He's got good value. It'd be smart for if Chicago's not going to re-sign him to get him moved. Guriana from Montreal could be repurposed. Oh, he's RFA. No, they're going to keep him probably. Um, Anybody else? Nick Ritchie, he could get moved. Gudis in Florida. Yeah, there's not too many major names left on the board. So pretty much, I think that covers most of the UFAs that are of any great significance. Um, yeah, and still no trades coming in. So we've hit the deadline. Now it's just a question of seeing what comes in after the deadline. So, what to cover now? So I just covered UFAs. Let's see what else we can cover now. Uh, do 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 do. Well, I should, just as I'm looking up to see if there's anything else I was going to talk about. Tomorrow, what I'm going to do is consider all the moves that come in, well, and have came in from before the deadline, and just talk about my opinion and on the outlook of all the teams. So, given their position and what they picked up, give some kind of predictions for the rest of the season. So that's what's going to be on for tomorrow. Um, Ottawa got Patrick Brown for a sixth. I thought Patrick Brown was out for the year. Um, Anyways, not a major pickup. Yeah, so I guess what we'll do next is cover some of the point leaders. Uh, so we'll do points, save percentage, defenseman, rookies. So we'll start with rookies. So Beniers, I've seen his name so often through the season. To put up 44 points, 19 goals in 59 games so far with Seattle, not that great of a team, and I would argue that part of their the reason why they're in such a good spot is from him coming out of nowhere and producing well. So, um, what's his background? He was a first round pick, uh, second overall. I didn't even know. Where did he get picked up from? He was University of Michigan. Wow, I had no idea. Well, good story there, coming in from college and playing so well. I guess that's partially wise because coming out of college, they tend to be better developed and more capable of stepping into the NHL. So that makes sense. But that's quite impressive. 44 points in 59 games. Um, McTavish, I believe, played a bit last season. 3 points in 9 games. Um, 36 points in 61 games. So, decent performance for rookie season. McKelly, I don't know if that's how it's pronounced in Arizona. I mean, you're getting tons of ice time because you got nobody to play in Arizona. So good for him. Good that he's producing. What's his story? Because I don't know anything about him either. So he was a fourth round pick in 2019. Finnish player. Where did he play last year? So he played a bit of time in Arizona. Otherwise was with their AHL team. Played quite well in the AHL. So good for him developing to an NHLer, and I mean a great opportunity in Arizona. That's one thing. As much as their team is miserably bad, uh, it's an awesome opportunity for some players that just don't get ice time. So if you're one of those players and you want to find a place to play, uh, Arizona would be a great place because you're going to get ice time, and what better way to develop as a player than to play a lot of ice time. So just something I hope some free agents are considering and stuff, going over to Arizona. As much as, like I said, it's a miserable place to go play, it's an awesome opportunity at least. So Perfetti in Winnipeg could have been a shot at the Calder Trophy, but missed a lot due to injury, going to miss more. And Beniers, I think, is the clear favorite there. Anybody else of significance to talk about here? Let's organize by point per game. Parsonen over in Nashville, playing pretty decent, 23 points in 42 games. Jack Quinn in Buffalo, 28 and 53. Kent Johnson in Columbus, 29 and 58. So just yeah, some young prospects looking good. Good for them. Um, but yeah, no standouts outside of Beniers. Usually there's some guy that's like I don't know, a point per game. Beniers is the closest thing. You'll get like I don't know what Marner was like in his rookie year, but something like that. Uh, let's look it up actually. 61 points in 77 games. So I guess similar to Beniers. Um, Matthews, he was 69 points in 82 games. So I don't know. I guess Beniers is looking quite good there for a rookie. Any other trades coming in? Dead air. That's surprising. Usually there's something by now. All right, so next up, I mean, Carlson, it's like right away stands out. So Carlson, he's the point leading defenseman, 78 points in 62 games. Like, that is outstanding. 1.26 points per game, 19 goals as a defenseman. Like, that's crazy. So good for him. How does this compare to his other years? It's got to be one of his better years. So his best season was 82 points in 82 games back in 2015-16. So he's past, no, not quite past his career best for goals. But he's pretty darn close for goals and points. So pretty crazy. And how old is he now? 32? Just weird timing. And on a team that's not really playing all that well that he's able to produce. So good for him. Just surprising. Kind of came out of nowhere. I know he's a great defenseman, but yeah. Just surprising to... he goes from what last year was pretty average, wasn't it? 35 points in 50 games. I mean... And then now he's over a point per game. It's just crazy how things can change one year to the next. Klingberg goes over to Minnesota. That's a breaking trade. I wonder what they gave up. Man, Minnesota, they're picking up a lot of guys. I still don't think they're good enough to win a cup, but maybe they're able to go deeper than previously thought. Where do they sit in the standings? Second in the Central. I mean, if there's no major changes where somebody comes out of nowhere like Nashville or Calgary to push people out of spots, but really those are the only two teams that have a shot at making the playoffs. And so really these teams that are in are pretty safe at the moment. Minnesota, it's interesting I mean, the thing is there's going to be a lot of movement because all their points are very close to each other. So to figure out where the standings are going to end, that's really tough. It's hard to say. So who they're going to match up with is anyone's guess. Is Dallas going to drop out of the top three? Probably not. Is Colorado? Probably not. Is Minnesota? Maybe. Winnipeg was just there, and then now they're out. It's interesting. Colorado's 3 points back, 3 games in hand. That's maybe Colorado could slip out and Winnipeg could move in. There's a chance. Imagine Colorado in a wild card spot. That'd be wild. Pun. Wow. And I'm surprised about Klingberg going to Minnesota. Man. They probably had to give up a lot. It's probably a first or an important prospect or who knows what. I don't have the sound on, so I can't hear what they're saying. But we'll see what that turns out to be. Wow. So, I mean, Minnesota, if they're facing Colorado, man, they're going to be in tough. If they finish top, they could conceivably go against Winnipeg, which means they got a better shot. Yeah, so they really want to finish high if they're going to. Otherwise, they're in tough. It's going to be really competitive in the Western Conference. Not because they're all good, but because they're all even. So, I don't know. It's just interesting to think what's going to happen there. No updates yet to Minnesota. Wow. Anyways, coming back to defensive point leaders, Dahlin, well, he's been very impressive in Buffalo. Buffalo's had, well, with Tage Thompson, how well he's done. It's been super impressive, some of their performances. So good for Dahlin. Playing 26 minutes a night. That's a lot of ice time. Quinn Hughes playing well in a team that's not playing so well. Trade came in. Nick Ritchie, one of the guys they mentioned, going over to Calgary with Troy Stetcher in exchange for Brett Ritchie and Connor Mackey. Not so big of a trade. Calgary not really spending too much to try to get into the playoffs, so not looking so good for Calgary right now in the West, but they got a shot still. There's still some room to get in. Anyways, Cale Makar still producing well, but he's injured, concussion. Colorado is really hoping that he gets back to good health. I'm sure of that. Morrissey, sorry, I skipped past him. He's having a career year in Winnipeg. Good for Morrissey. Sorry, they don't. I'm seeing if they have anything. Oh, Klingberg yet? No, nothing yet. Yeah, Roman Yossi producing well once again. Adam Fox producing well once again. McAvoy doing well in Boston, as everybody is in Boston. Shea Theodore. Defensemen are really producing this year, it looks like. I don't know if... actually, let's have a look compared to last year. Yossi, Makar last year were quite high. Hedman was quite high. So it's really similar to last year, I guess. Yeah. Interesting. I thought maybe there was more better performing defensemen this year versus last year, but I guess it's about the same. So anyways, just a lot of really high-producing defensemen. I didn't know Chychrun was producing that well. He was injured, I guess, for a chunk, eh? So that's a big pickup for Ottawa, I guess. What does he usually produce? Yeah, he's pretty high performing defenseman. I didn't realize that high. What a pickup in Ottawa. Good for them. Um, yeah, anyways, there's a lot of really high performing defensemen this year. Some different people than previous years, and yeah. Next up, goalies. Allmark. What a stud. 31 wins, 4 losses. And a goal. That's the other funny thing is he scored a goal this year. Good for him. What a year for him. Um, yeah. Save percentage 938. Like that's pretty impressive. I didn't realize, but Gustafson in Minnesota, man, has he played well. 16 wins, 8 losses. 930 save percentage. Good reason why Minnesota's doing so well, and I'm sure Fleury's not too far behind. Actually, he is pretty far behind. 905, 19 wins, 13 losses. So really, it looks like Gustafson's carrying the load there. What's his background? He's a second round pick. I didn't realize he was that, and he's 24. So he is really a prospect I should be paying more attention to. Yeah. But he played so poorly in Ottawa last year. Well, you never know. Maybe next year he's back to bat again. So it's the fluctuations of goaltending. That's pretty normal that could happen. Sorokin as normal, doing great, which is why, but his win percentage is not so great. So 20 and 18. Whereas, where's Varlamov here? Where is he? Huh? Why is he not showing up? Oh, games played. That makes sense. Varlamov, 11 and 7, 914 save percentage. So it's just that Islanders can't win games. What the heck's going on with Islanders? Who else do we got? Oettinger playing great. Ottinger, I think I heard somebody else pronounce it that way, so maybe I'm saying it wrong. But yeah, he's playing well once again. Lankinen, I didn't know he was playing so well over in Nashville. Hellbuck's back to form. Not that he ever really played poorly, but just in contrast to his best years, he's playing a lot better this year, but the team is too, so. Georgiev, he's playing well now that he's with Colorado, but Colorado's good, so you would expect it. Craig Anderson, good for him playing so well. He's a guy that, I mean, to pick up as a depth goalie would be very smart. So, like, if Islanders traded away Varlamov and picked up a guy like Anderson as a backup, that'd be a decent tandem. I'd be okay with that. Saros is playing normal. Vasilevsky playing normal. The save percentage across the league's not so hot, really. I mean, we get down to the 9-1s pretty quickly, and 9-0s very quickly, too. So, Um, yeah, and one thing to consider here, 915 for Samsonov in Toronto and Murray 911. So if they're going to win a cup, you're going to need goaltending. And is that good enough? I don't know. Jari 916. Where's to Smith? Oh yeah, no, they wouldn't have traded Jari. I mentioned that before. That was a crazy thought. It's not Jari, it's to Smith that they could trade. Anyways, and he's at 904. Bobrovsky's only 904, so no wonder why Florida is not as competitive. Um, yeah, Campbell needs to be better in Edmonton. Kemper, see, as soon as he's not on a top team, I don't think he's as good as he's made out to be. I didn't think Colorado would win the cup. I was surprised that they did. Um, so, anyways, I'm not surprised that playing over in Washington because Washington and Colorado, they're completely. I mean, not too far off from each other, but enough where you're getting a lot more shots and more difficult shots in Washington. That's for sure. So not surprised in the dip in performance. I'm still wondering if Carolina traded um, Anderson with his expiring contract because they have Kochetkov and Ranta. So, I mean, it's a reasonable decision to do that. Where is Ranta in the list? 908. So maybe they're just, keeping him because, well, he's the best they have. Oh, no, he hasn't played that great this year. 903. Huh. So maybe they could trade him. I wouldn't be surprised in the end then. Anyways, so there's a few standout goalies. Basically, Allmark, Sorokin's always good. Ottinger's doing really good. Hellebuck, Georgiev, Gustafson. Man, I'm surprised by him in Minnesota. So good for him. Yeah, otherwise everybody else is kind of on average. No other trades yet, eh? So, covering points leaders, one thing I was looking at, what was it, the other day? A day or two ago? Anyways, I was taking a look at McDavid's performance this year in comparison to some of the best years in the past. And McDavid is at a better pace, assuming he can continue this performance through to the end of the year or anywhere near it. He's going to have the best season since I think it was Lemieux in 95, 96 or something like that, somewhere around that time frame. And it's just, we have the Klingberg details in now. I'll get to that in a sec. But McDavid is having one of the best the best year since Kucherov had one. I think it was 20. What was it? It wasn't last year, was it? Or was it the year before the COVID? I can't remember. But anyways, Kucherov had a really stellar year. I think it was like 100 and what was it, 28 points or something like that. Um, Actually, he's right here, so we can have a look. Yeah, 128 points. Wow, I got a good memory. In 18-19, so it was just before the COVID year. Uh, yeah, so I mean, he's 10 points off of matching that, and he's got 20 games left. So seems very likely because he's over a point. He's almost 2 points per game. If he goes a point per game for the rest of the season, he's going to pass that, and he's getting into territory of, like I said, near the. Well, if he's 2 points per game, that's going to be almost 140 points, which is crazy to think. Um, so he could, yeah, like I said, I think it was Lemieux. I think Lemieux had a lot more points than McDavid's going to be able to get, probably. Um, but it's one of the most impressive seasons since Kucherov, and before Kucherov, really nobody was all that close. So what McDavid's been able to do this year in league, so the league keeps getting more competitive, and he's producing at this level. It's outstanding, super impressive. So anyways, that out of the way, let's just have a look at the trade here. I don't know if it doesn't look like they have it updated here. So we'll go off of TSN's information here. So Andre Suster, Nikita Nestorenko, and a fourth for Klingberg. So let's have a look at those players and see what their story is. So that's Anaheim. So Nestorenko must not be signed yet. Oh, because it's going from the Wild. My bad. I was looking at it the wrong way. Minnesota. So I guess still Nestorenko's not signed. Suster. Inexpensive. Playing in the minors right now, so that's just a depth player for Anaheim. And a fourth round pick. I mean, it doesn't look like much, but I have a feeling Nestorenko is probably an important player, so let's have a look. Hi again, Caleb. Nice to see you again. Nikita Nestorenko. So he's playing for Boston College. What's his story here? So he's not signed. I wonder when they own him till. Is it 3 years they have until to sign their draft picks? I forget how long they control them for. Or is it 5 years? Huh. So I don't really quite understand here. if they own, how they own him. I mean, it must be more or less signing rights, it looks like. Um, Anyways, he played well in Boston College, point per game, basically. Uh, Interesting. Well, depends on how it pans out. I don't know exactly how that works with his contract. So if Anaheim can sign him, great. If they can't, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, but doesn't seem like much for Klingberg. Uh, but if they do own Nestorenko's rights in any sort of way that I'm not seeing here, then I guess he's pretty valuable given his performance in college. So high 90 VIN sniper. Um, there's not much stuff going on for trades right now. I thought more would be coming in at the deadline here, but we might not have much coming in, guys. So sorry if there's not much to talk about. Still gonna give it another, well, almost half an hour, 25 minutes to see what else comes in to talk about them. But right now, there's not much. There's the Klingberg trade that came in late. Looks good for Minnesota, and that's about it right now. Um, so yeah, I was just talking about McDavid and his outstanding year. What is his career? Has he already passed his career high? No, he's getting close to his career high, 123 points. And like I said, he's still got 20 games left to get there. So 5 points in 20 games, assuming he stays healthy, it's almost for certain. So, and where's Draisaitl's year compared to his other years? Because he's had some crazy good years too. So his best year is 110. If he's a point per game, he's going to pass his career year as well. But him, it seems more likely that he's going to be around that. Maybe slightly lower, plus or minus. So, yeah, man, McDavid really stands out. What specifically about Dylan Larkin? I saw the contract extension. I've already spoken about that. Did you want me to talk about it, or let me know? And sorry for the restriction on waiting to message. I just don't want spammers and stuff. Check the rat. I don't know what you mean. Because I already spoke about his contract extension, 8 years, 8 point whatever it was. How I thought it was a decent contract. I spoke about Bertuzzi getting traded. But yeah, I don't really know what else to talk about regarding Larkin. Maybe give me more details on what you mean, or if there's anything you want me to talk about. Anyways, yeah. So another standout here. So Kucherov's kind of performing normal. Pasternak, I believe, is above all his other seasons in terms of trend. Somewhat similar to 1920. 48 goals, 95 points in 70 games. But that was a shortened year because of COVID. So it's kind of normal performance for Pasternak, I guess. Connor Bedard, I don't really know what to say about him. I mean, he's whoever gets him is lucky. What are the drafting odds? So right now, Columbus at the best odds, 25.5%. Chicago, 13.5. Anaheim, 11.5, and so on from there. So I'm not sure what you mean by the rat. Um, if you can explain what you mean, I don't know what you're asking for me to talk about. But anyways, so the tanking, I mean, everybody's tanking right now. Columbus, Chicago, Anaheim. So whoever turns out getting him, I mean, everybody's got a shot because the draft odds they're all kind of similar. Um, I'd love it to see because I don't like it where teams try to tank to get the draft pick. So I'd love to see where somebody who isn't supposed to get him does get him. So like a St. Louis or Washington or whoever else, it would be good to see him go somewhere other than the teams that are tanking because I just don't like that they get. So it's fair because you finish bottom in the standings, um, you should get the best pick at the draft picks, but like a great example is Arizona. They've got nothing. They trade away everything, and their team's got nothing on it. And to reward a team for playing such garbage, I just don't like it. So I like that the odds are very similar. So I hope they keep it that way. Um, Brad Marchand. Uh, I can talk about him in a sec if you want. So I would like, yeah. So like I said, I'd like him. I'd like Bedard maybe to go to something like St. Louis, Philadelphia, Washington. Somebody that just misses the playoffs would be really cool, just so that those tanking teams don't get rewarded for being at the bottom. I just don't like that. Um, to see him go to Anaheim, they've got so many highly skilled players there. It'd be kind of cool to see him with like what's his face? Oh, the guy that's on NHL 23. What's his name? Zegras. So to see him play with Zegras would be pretty cool. But I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'd like Bedard to go to a decent team because then it makes it quit tanking you bunch of losers. I don't like it. Um, and then anyways, Marchand. I don't really know what to say about him really. I mean, he's such a consistent player. I think he's a bit of a weird person. He's the kind of guy you'd love to have on your team because he really bugs everybody else. But I wonder what he's like in the dressing room. I wonder if he's annoying or what, if I would like to have him on my team. So, anyways, I just think he'd be really annoying to play against, and I like him for that. Um, he's really good, really skilled, really hardworking. He's the kind of guy that you'd love to have on your team in the playoffs. As long as he stays out of the penalty box, he's one of the most valuable players I think in the playoffs out there. So as a person, I don't know if I really like him. As a player, I do really like him. If I was a GM and I could have him on my team, I'd love to have him on my team. So, and really inexpensive contract. I wish Pasternak took a big pay cut to help make that team competitive moving forward, but he really took the payday, and I don't like that. So I don't like Pasternak much because of it, but like I said, he deserves it. It's market value. It's fine. But I wish more people took contracts like Marchand. Um, so, anyways, I like Marchand. Objectively, subjectively, as a person, I don't know if I really like him. So, anyways, those are my thoughts there. Um, anyways, coming back here to Tage Thompson, like what a stud of a player. 41 goals. I guess I didn't realize he played so well last year. So 68 points in 78 games, 38 goals. Really impressive. So good for him. And he kind of, I mean, his contract is super inexpensive. First round pick. I didn't realize he was, so he's supposed to be a good player, and he's turned out. What's he making? He's making something like 1 point something, I believe. Let's go to Buffalo. He's not going to be making that little for long, that's for sure. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know he got extended. I didn't notice that. So 1.4, and he's going to get 7.1. So he deserves it as far as I'm concerned. Um, when was that signed? So he got signed before the start of the year. That's why I didn't like the contract, because it was only 1 year of track record. But he proved to be equally as good this year. So it's one of those, you bet on the person playing well, and you're able to get them at a lower cap hit. So I like the value that they got out of Thompson in the end, because he's worth that $7 million, but it's risky after only 1 year of performance. Yeah, I can talk about Boston. I mean, it's a heck of a year. It's what wasn't it fastest to 100 points? Uh, they just accomplished last game. Man, like it's super impressive. Um, how many new players? So one thing I have concerns about is too many new players coming into a team where it messes around with the cohesiveness of the group. And so they picked up Orlov, Bertuzzi. That's really it, I think. Of any major moves. So really, they're not going to mess around with the chemistry too much. So I like what they've done. I hope they haven't done more. I hope they stopped where they did in terms of what the number of players that they're bringing in. Because don't mess around with the roster too much. I think for that reason, I have a feeling that as much as Toronto added a whole bunch of good players, for one, I don't trust their goaltending. And second, I have concerns that they just brought in, like it's like a full new roster. I'll go to that in a second. I'll just finish talking about Boston first. But yeah, I really like that, assuming they didn't make any other moves, which I really hope they didn't. They brought in two players. It's not that crazy of a change to the roster. It helps them keep their cohesiveness. They've been playing so well the whole season. Don't mess around with a good thing. Just let them go for it with what they have, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, Hathaway's the other guy, but he's a depth player. It's not going to really impact things too much. So I really like Boston's chances. I knew they were going to do well this year because they brought back Krejci and then extended Bergeron, or re-signed, however you want to put it. So just with those, I knew they were going to be decent, but I really like that that Boston hasn't messed around with it too much, and I really hope at the end of this trade deadline they didn't do anything else because, like I said, don't mess around with too much of a good thing. Um, so I think that's enough to talk about Boston. I mean, just super impressive. Goaltending's been good. Allmark has been better than I thought he would be. I thought he's, a decent goalie, but um, just everything's clicking. Allmark is playing way better than any other year he's played. I don't think he's had anything near this kind of performance. Um, yeah, the best he's had is 917 save percentage, and it's 938. Like, that's just such a remarkable improvement. Super impressive. So, just everything's going great for Boston. Really impressed. I hope that Boston didn't do anything else, and I think they got a really good shot at a cup. Um, and so I just want to briefly talk about Toronto since I started talking about them before I move on to. I think you were saying about new goalie in Toronto, and then I don't know what 48 and 8 you're referring to there. Um, but yeah, let's just look at how many people changed in Toronto. This is some of the stuff I'm going to talk about tomorrow in my stream. Just doing a recap of the trade deadline and outlook moving forward. But so you got Yarncroc just got moved this season, I believe, not too long ago. I just want to double check that I'm not remembering wrong. So yeah, that was this March. So you got Yarncroc, O'Reilly, Achari, Lafferty, McCabe, Shen, Gustafson. Is there anybody else I'm missing in there? No, I think that's about it. Just way too many moves. And then Murray keeps getting injured. Like, I don't dislike Murray. And I don't dislike the tandem. So Murray and Samsonov is not a bad tandem. It's just that one's injured, the other one isn't. And they can't get any consistency. And I don't like the defense in Toronto. I mean, they're great offensively. They picked up McCabe, a bit of, two-way defenseman. Shen, defensive defenseman. So, I mean, they've got some decent parts. It's just the combination of goaltending and defensemen. I just really don't trust that it's going to be good enough to get past all the rest of the teams. Like the team defense, actually, no, I need to use the stats version. So, goals against per game played. Toronto sits. Where are they? I must have scanned past them. Oh, they're not that bad. I thought they were going to be worse for goals against per game played, but their save percentage is not very good. I guess it's because they don't allow a lot of shots. It must be. Shots against per game played, they gotta be towards the bottom. Yeah, so I guess that makes sense. So they're preventing shots, but I mean, their goalie save percentages are very average. And to go against like a Boston, Tampa, I just can't see Toronto getting past either of them. And then if they do, can they get past the Rangers, Carolina? I don't like the Devils. I think Toronto would beat the Devils. I think Toronto would lose to the Islanders because I like the Islanders. I think Toronto would lose against Pittsburgh. I just don't think Toronto's got it. No matter how good they are offensively, I think they mess around too much with their roster, too many moves, and I just don't like their defensive side of things, defense and goalies. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't like Toronto. Um, Sniper, I spoke about that early. I went over all my preseason predictions. So my preseason predictions were Islanders against Edmonton in the final. As weird as that might sound, I really think the Islanders are very good and underrated, and I think Edmonton's going to do it. Get to the final. My pick for the cup of the two, to be honest, I couldn't choose between the two. I like both the teams equally. I really like the Islanders and I really like Edmonton. Islanders are really tough to make the playoffs, but if they make the playoffs, I really think both have a good shot. So Islanders, Edmonton are my two favorites, one from each conference. Otherwise, I like Colorado as my second favorite in the West, maybe, and my second favorite in the East. There's just too many teams to choose from. Rangers, Pittsburgh, I like. Maybe those. I mean, there's a few different teams I'd consider. So, yeah. Anyways, my prediction before the season was Islanders. Oh yeah, Tampa. Why? What am I thinking? Forgetting Tampa. They got a good shot at it too. So, um, yeah. But my prediction preseason was Islanders, Edmonton. I'll stick by that because I always stick by my predictions. And if I had to choose between the two, if they were against each other, I would choose Edmonton. Um, if Edmonton doesn't get to the finals, I really like the Islanders because of their goaltending, their depth, their they've gotten to the conference finals what 2 or 3 times in the past 4 or 5 years. They missed the playoffs last year, but they add in Horvat. They're way better than people give them credit for. So, anyways, those are my thoughts there. We're coming up on an hour before, or sorry, an hour after the deadline. Just gonna have a quick look through the moves if there's anything coming in at this moment for me to talk about. Rasmus Asplund going to Nashville for 7th. Nothing important there. Anton Bleed. I don't know how it's pronounced. Gustav Rydal. Depth players, prospects, whatever. Yeah, nothing of any significance. So if there's nothing in the next 3 to 5 minutes, I'm going to shut up shop and call it a trade deadline. Surprising. Oh, no problem. Thanks for tuning in. 90VIN Sniper. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Don't be shy to tune in to my shorts and my streams. I do streams daily except for Sundays, and I do shorts every day for a whole bunch of different stuff. So, but thanks for tuning in. Thanks for interacting. Really appreciate when people interact like that. So, thanks for tuning in and chatting with me here. Yeah. Sorry, I was just saying. Went through the trade deadline, managed to do 5 hours straight, and didn't really run out of things to talk about. Towards the end here, just talking about stats was, not as substantive, full of substance in terms of content, but, interesting stuff to talk about nonetheless. But yeah, I made it through 5 hours, didn't stop talking, had a couple 5-minute breaks, and that's about it. So not bad, I'd say. Pat myself on the back for that. So I can do it, I guess. I can talk for 5 hours straight. So if ever anybody wants to hire me to talk, I can talk. Let's just say that. So yeah, so altogether, I mean, really nothing so far. I have a feeling there's probably going to be still some stuff coming in. Wouldn't be surprised if Provorov um, gets moved. Maybe a couple goalies that are going to be unrestricted free agents. Van Riemsdyk, would be surprised if he didn't get moved. Um, Taves, they said they're not going to move him, but I feel like somebody would have picked him up maybe, assuming Taves was ready to be moved, because I know his health isn't the best right now, but I'm sure he'd be happy to go to a team just for a 7th-round pick or future considerations or something. So, with the chance of playing in the Stanley Cup final, or well, Stanley Cup playoffs. So we'll see what comes in, but I'm nearly certain there's got to be more moves coming in, just not reported yet. I don't trust until they come in officially. So even if there's some reports out there that moves have been made, I want to wait till I see them actually being official. So, yeah, so that brings us right to an hour after the deadline. There's not really anything else for me to say. So, yeah, I guess we'll end it there. So, to everybody that tuned in, thanks for tuning in. I'm sorry that there wasn't more moves. I wish there was more I could talk about. So, only really a couple big moves. Klingberg going to Minnesota. Outside of that, Greenway going to Buffalo is not that big. Kulikov, you could say, but I mean, you're really scraping the barrel. I like the Bonino move to Pittsburgh. That's smart for them. Otherwise, we're going into yesterday. There's not really much that happened. So it's too bad. I wish there was more I could have talked about, but yeah, I guess if anything else comes in after after the bell, as they say, that yeah, I'll talk about those later, because I'm not going to hang on here for another 2 hours to see if anything else comes in. So yeah, like I said, we'll end it there. So if you tuned in, thanks for tuning in. If you like the stream, hit the like button, share with your friends, subscribe, turn on notifications. Otherwise, channel homepage has upcoming streams. Should be 2 p.m. Eastern daily, except for Sundays. Tomorrow, I believe it will be on time, 2 p.m. Eastern, because I don't think I'm going to have too many trades to talk about. If there's a lot of trades that come in, I'll talk, or I might move it to 2:15, but otherwise, expect that it's going to be 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Like I said a couple times in the stream, the plan is to talk about the outlook going into the playoffs, given all the moves. So I'll give my opinions on if people are trending upwards, downwards from their moves. I've already shared a few, sneak peeks into my thoughts, like Toronto, Boston, and things like that. So, yeah, so we'll talk about outlook tomorrow. Otherwise, yeah, any comments, leave them in the comments. Suggestions, same thing. Nice to see you again. Caleb, just tuning out now, so sorry if you just got back. I'm going to be shutting down the stream, so just tune in tomorrow if you can, and otherwise I'll see you again whenever I see you. Yeah, so any comments, leave them in the comments. Suggestions, same thing, and we'll see you tomorrow, probably 2 p.m. If there's a large number of trades that come in late, then it could be 2:15, but probably 2 p.m. tomorrow. So anyways, thanks for all those who have tuned in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.